Obviously, Raw a little bit earlier this week, really catching a few of us off guard, myself included, actually. I set the streams up yesterday as normal, went to bed, woke up today, and all over X, everyone's running around going, don't forget, it's starting earlier, don't get caught out. It's like, damn. Oh, I completely forgot about that. I almost got caught out myself, to be honest. So, yeah, Raw is earlier. They are, I believe, taping a SmackDown afterwards. And so they want to start early, get it in, get it done. Then they've got time afterwards to be recording SmackDown, right? So that's why we're starting early. And they did announce it last week. I mean, this isn't something that was not mentioned, but something easily forgotten. Let's jump over, shall we, and see what we've got for Raw tonight. I know it's a night very heavy with qualifying matches. We've obviously got that tournament still happening where we're trying to find someone to take on Roman Reigns, right? So Oba, Femi, Bron Breakker, they're going to be taking part in a contract signing. So they're going to be doing a contract signing ahead of their match at Sunday night's main event, which is going to be so good. I'm so excited for that. Sunday night's main event contract signing. So looking forward to that. I mean, it should be quite tasty. Obviously, with a contract signing, chances are someone's going to be going through a commentary table, right? Then we got Penta taking on La Parka in a number one contenders match. Now, La Parka is really good. La Parka is one of the most fun superstars that we've got on AAA. So I'm actually really looking forward to seeing this match because we know how good Penta is. La Parka can absolutely go toe-to-toe with him. I think that there's a chance that that is going to be one of the better sort of AAA crossover matches. We've been talking a little bit how the AAA talent has been coming over, maybe not really impressing us that much. I don't think it's their fault. I think it's WWE somehow watering down their matches on Raw and SmackDown, which I don't quite understand. I did say the other day, if I'm Triple H, it's one of the biggest questions that I've got, actually. And that is, why are these matches being so watered down? That's one of the big questions I've got. Why are these matches that I know would be so good on a Saturday in AAA, why are they so average when they take place on Raw and SmackDown? So I think there's a big question to be asked there. Hopefully that question has been asked internally. Hopefully they've found some of the reason as to why that, I don't know, this talent feels like it's being reined in or held back, or I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on it. If you've got thoughts, share it in the chat. But I would say that's how it's felt with this tournament. And I think that's been a big eye-opener, because how can talent do so well on a Saturday and then rock up on a Monday and a Friday and just look so average? So I don't think that's going to happen here. Hopefully some lessons have been learned. Hopefully some conversations have been had. But also, Penta and La Parka, I've got a lot of confidence that they should put on a really strong match. So I'm really looking forward to that. Because if it's really good, that's going to fill me with hope. If it's average, well, then I think we've just got another example to talk about how Penta and La Parka have a match on a Monday and it's average, but you know if they did it on a Saturday, it'd be really, really good. Dragon Lee takes on Rey Fenix in the other semi-final. I also think that'll be good. I think Rey Fenix has been doing some brilliant work as he's been defending his AAA Cruiserweight Championship. So looking forward to that as well. So both of those matches got potential. If I was to select which one I think would be better, I think I'd be leaning Penta La Parka. But Dragon Lee, Rey Fenix, definitely don't sleep on that. Then we've got Stephanie in her first match since WrestleMania. She's taking on Roxanne. Should be a really good match, that. Could get some outside interference, of course, with Raquel, Liv, Becky coming down. I think definitely shenanigans written on that, but hopefully still a decent match. And then what's next for LA Knight and Solo in their fight against the Bloodline? So we are at the end of August. We're sneaking our way to September. We've still got a distance to go until we get to Survivor Series. I mean, it definitely feels like this is the men's match, doesn't it? Bloodline taking on LA Knight, Solo, Royce. I'm guessing we're going to have to do some tag matches or something before that. Hopefully they've got this thing like properly mapped out, properly planned out, that gets us all the way to Survivor Series. I suppose it's not that far away, you know? It's not that long, all things considered. I mean, it's only like 4 weeks in a month. So, you know, as soon as you get into September, 8 weeks, you're into November. So it's not that long. But, yeah, hopefully we've got, like, you know, some good stuff planned. And then I would imagine this thing will sort of conclude at Survivor Series. So there we go. That's the breakdown. We've got some, as we said, qualifying matches, those semi-final matches, contract signing, Stephanie in action, what next for LA Knight and Solo, blah, 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 blah. So good stuff, hopefully. Should be building on what we had last week. ESPN are raising their prices again, said David, going to $31.99 a month, up from up $2, or $319 a year, up $20. Yeah. I don't know if is that just like straight across the boards. That's not just for wrestling, is it? Because I did see people saying, "Oh, it's not worth it for the wrestling, whatever." I'm guessing it's for everything. I'm guessing that that's just what you subscribe to. And it's just, you know, not really connected to wrestling, but it is connected to wrestling. Because if you want to watch the PLEs in America, then, of course, you've got to get this. So I think it's just, am I right in saying unfortunate that ESPN are just raising their prices in general? And, of course, a lot of wrestling fans are getting caught up in it. Because I don't think there is like a wrestling bracket, is there, where you just pay for the wrestling and you don't get anything else. I think you just buy it all, don't you? If you get like that app, ESPN Plus, whatever, you just get access to everything. So, yeah, I saw a lot of chatter about that yesterday. Very, very disappointing. Connor said, Daze, AEW Grand Slam France and Money in the Bank will take place in the same week. Cool. Jake said, who is the future of WWE, Oba or Bron? Well, that's what they're building and billing this match around. We're going to try and figure out who the future is. I think the answer's both. It doesn't matter who wins or loses one match. I mean, could you imagine Roman and Seth coming out of the Shields, having a match to decide who the future was going to be? I mean, the answer's both in it. They're both going to go on to have world title runs. They're both going to go on to main event WrestleMania. Yes, one may go on to be bigger than the other. And I would imagine that would be Oba, right? Just like how it wasn't too hard back in the day to see that it was going to be Roman, because Roman was, you know, the bigger, stronger guy. He was part of the Anoa'i family. We all knew about his, you know, relationship with The Rock and whatever. So Roman was always the one that I think people looked at back then as being the one that would go on to be like the big star that would be pushed. I feel like it's probably Oba right now over Bron, but I think the truth is both are going to go on to have big careers. Both are going to go on to win world titles, main event WrestleMania. But I still like it. I mean, I really like this match. It's the right thing for Bron Breakker right now. It's probably the right thing for Oba as well. Not to just go into a nothing feud. You know, you could put Oba in a feud in a match with Rusev. People wouldn't really care, because Rusev, I think, is seen as being well below Oba, right? So, you know, it'd be something to do, but it would just be like a time waste. But instead, why not put him in there with Bron Breakker? Bron Breakker, who was very much positioned as being the future. Why not put him in there with... It's a very, very good booking, honestly. The only problem you've got is someone's going to win, someone's going to lose. But I don't think it matters. I don't think whoever loses is buried, right? It's just life. And life is never a straight road, is it? Life is always taking you down different paths and weaving round and everything. So, both of these guys are living their lives. They're having their careers, and, they're going to have to face big challenges along that path. And whoever loses this, it's so early in both of their careers. They're both going to be absolutely fine. Neither is going to be buried. One is just going to have a much smoother way forwards in the short term, because the win for either is going to really put them up amongst the big names. So one will have a little smoother ride. The other one's going to have a bit of a setback where they're going to need to figure out where they went wrong and kind of work a few things out and then try and get back on track. Yeah, great. Let's go. This is why, honestly, I don't mind about a clean finish. If anything, it'll annoy me if they do a screwy finish. I was annoyed on Friday when we did a screwy finish because I just felt like that match had such a big build. Kevin Owens' match against CM Punk had such a big build, and it was really being billed as this first time meeting, once in a lifetime type situation. To me, like, it was a bit of a dream match. It'd be like doing, not same level, but like Undertaker Sting. Imagine if we did Undertaker Sting and it ends up having a screwy finish, right? Outside interference, messing around, faffing around, all this sort of stuff. That would obviously be very disappointing because we'd been waiting for that match. And a lot of people had been waiting for this match. And it was very disappointing that we couldn't just have a clean winner, right? It annoys me so much because I just think we overprotect. Neither guy needed protecting. As I said many times, there was lots of ways of explaining why someone had lost. This person lost because of this. And you know what? It's okay that they lost as well. It's all right that Kevin didn't win after being out for 18 months, right? It's okay that CM Punk lost to Kevin Owens because you know what? He took him light. He's never rated him. And, he's not took him as serious as he should. CM Punk could come out and say that and say, I got it wrong. I didn't believe that you was a challenge for me and you proved me wrong. So I'm not making that mistake again next time. You had your day and I'm going to have mine. Mark my words. Absolutely fine. I don't know that anyone would listen to that and go, oh, Punk's buried, Well, they would. The IWC would. But I think there's always ways of explaining these things that are credible. So, yeah, I just hope that, when we do get over Bron, I would like for it to be a clean finish. The only thing I would say is obviously they're both very young in their careers. I'm sure they're going to fight quite a few times in the future. So it's not as important. I don't know that Kevin and CM Punk are going to collide in a singles match again. I don't know. It took this long to get to this one. So, yeah, they could be in a triple threat or something. But this was the singles match. This was the one-on-one mano-a-mano. Who's made the best man win situation. You're going to have screwy stuff in a triple threat because there's a third person. But this was the one match where it was, these two in a ring. And, it's over. It's done now. We're over it, but I still flipping hate it. Have you seen that Solo has finally got some new merch? Pew Pew said, can I have? Yep. He's got some merch that's got Pew 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 written on it. Very good. I think they're right to capitalise on that. I think we all expected them to capitalise on that. I think they should capitalise on that. It is his catchphrase. The only thing is, are they going to run it into the ground? Because that's what they do, isn't it? As soon as they've got something that works, they just absolutely milk it for every single thing they can get out of it. So I think it's good that he's got the merch. But I would be trying if I was him to not kind of overexpose it and just get it to the point where everyone's like, oh my God, at the moment, people still really enjoying it. So goods. I hope that people continue. I like it. I hope people continue to enjoy it. But yeah, therein lies my concern. That as soon as WWE get their grubby mitts on it, start making money out of it, start churning out all of this merch that's pew 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 and everything, does it start to lose some of its appeal? So, but good though. They're right to get a shirt out for it. People will definitely buy those. Connor said a review. Oh, we read that one. Connor, I'm looking forward to Bron and Oba. Same. It should be fun. Before they both face each other at Sunday night's main event. Yep, so it should be a good segment tonight. I agree. Looking forward to the contract signing. Reese, hello. Hope you're doing well. Daze, hello. James, finally started with some leg compression this morning. Okay. James, shout out to you. I don't know quite what that means, but I'm guessing it's a good thing. Leg compression makes me think. I don't know what it makes me think. It makes me think when you have your blood test. No, your sort of blood pressure, and they put the thing round. That compresses, doesn't it, on your arm, and kind of squeezes as the air goes in. I did that the other day, actually. We've got one of those machines in our house that does your blood pressure. And I ain't had that done for years. So I was like, let's have a look at it. So did it. And I came back with a load of numbers. Didn't have a clue what they meant. And I carried on with my life. And that was that. So I have no idea. But I'm still here. So that's good news. So James, whatever that means, I hope that it's... it is definitely good. It reduces swelling and it allows for better blood flow. Good. James, shout out to you, but I know you've been battling some health issues recently, so very good. Reese said, Daze, how are you? I'm doing all right, thank you. Love the community that we've got here. It's very special, said Reese. Yeah, obviously, we talk wrestling, and so we attract people that want to talk wrestling. And people that I think care about wrestling and passionate about wrestling. And, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for people that kind of into this, And, yeah, I agree. This is why when we start like 2 hours before, it's never a chore. It's never a problem, Very, very, very rarely do we get drama or anything like that. I would agree with you, actually. It is special. I think the mods do a great job as well. I do have to shout the mods out. I think the community obviously is kind of encouraged to share their opinions and to talk about the shows and, all that stuff. But, where things can get a bit moody, where things start getting a bit toxic or something, I think the mods do an excellent job, probably more than I even know, of kind of, eliminating kind of comments and things like that. So it just keeps it like bouncy and fun and focused and great, yeah. So I'm glad that you enjoy hanging out here, but I certainly enjoy chatting with all of you guys. And it's good, actually, because outside of some frustration like Friday, which did honestly get me frustrated, but I do have to just say one more thing on that. I do think part of my frustration on Friday was because I was having the worst internet connection when it came to Netflix. My Netflix is really causing me some concern because it was honestly crashing like at least every 10 minutes on Friday. I'd be sat here watching the match and then all of a sudden I'd have the circle come up. So I'd have to like click out. Then I'd have to go back into SmackDown. Sometimes SmackDown wasn't there, so I even had to search for it. Then I'd click on it. Then it would take a while to load. Then it would go back in. And then we'd be talking, and then the picture quality would be atrocious, and would actually kind of just look like a. I've got a screenshot, right? Because this happened to me last Tuesday. I've got a screenshot of what it looks like at times, just so you can experience what I experience, right? Check this out. This is from NXT last Tuesday, and I was having this same problem on Friday. Look at that. That is a screenshot of my Netflix. That is a Vanity Project coming out on NXT. That is Jackson Drake on the shoulders of Mika, and you can see in white Brad Baylor standing behind them. At times, that's what it looks like. I mean, unwatchable, borderline unwatchable. And if it's not doing that, it's just crashing completely. And what's really weird is my Wi-Fi is good. I could check my Wi-Fi speeds now, and it would be more than enough for Netflix. More than enough. So I am wondering, like, is there something wrong with the lives sometimes? Is there something wrong with Netflix being live? I don't know. Perhaps I've got a very inconsistent internet connection. Perhaps when I search, it's good. But actually, you know, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, then it goes back to good, then it's bad. You know, perhaps it's a bit, I don't know, up and down. I could do a speed test and it just tells me it's good. But what if it's very inconsistent? Perhaps that's my problem. And that's why sometimes it works, sometimes it dips out. Don't know. It's a flipping nightmare, though. And it really was causing me issues on Friday. So not only did I have a show that I was struggling to get into at the best of times, I had a Netflix that was slapping me round the face, right? Breaking my heart. And I was having to try and flip and deal with that as well. So Friday was not a good day, right? It was not a good day. I'm hoping today will be much better. I mean, like, Netflix by and large has been okay, actually. I mean, I haven't really had too many complaints. It's just recently that it's looked a lot worse. So I don't know. I'm going through something. Your prayers and thoughts are greatly appreciated. Why is SmackDown being recorded tonight, said Paul. Yeah, I didn't know. Robbie just told me on the members side that apparently Labor Day is something in America. So apparently the talent are being given time off for Labor Day. I mean, Labor Day is like, isn't that work? Labor. Isn't it ironic that on the day that we celebrate work, you're having it off? Lazy, mate. Lazy. Yeah. If it's Thanksgiving or Christmas or Easter, fine. Yeah. And everything else, get to work. Yeah. Get to work. That's my message to WWE. Daze, could we possibly get Liv Morgan, Stephanie, Becky having a promo tonight? Yeah. It's not impossible, of course. We know that Stephanie has got a match. But yeah, they could do a promo before. I don't think they would do one after, but they could do one before. Maybe Becky sits on commentary. We could get a triple threat at Sunday night's main event. We could. Lady Dravenheart, shout out to you. I hope everyone is well. I've just done making an epic pre-wrestling watching meal. Lady Dravenheart, what did you prepare? You've got this epic meal planned, prepared. What is said meal? Yeah, I'm just asking the questions the community would like to know. Abram said, Days Netflix goes in and out here as well all the time, and I lose volume. Oh, really, Abram? That's interesting. That's interesting. By and large, I would have said it was okay, but I do go through these periods where it is. And I always just put it down to bad internet connection. I always just put it down to that. And it could be that. It really could be that. But every time I run a test, every time, like as soon as the stream ends, I'll run a speed test, right? Or I'll run a speed test sometimes even when we're streaming. I'll run a speed test, and it always comes back fine. And so I'm just left really confused. My settings are on auto. I tried to put it on high, but that didn't help. It just made it crash worse, because I think it was trying to deliver the highest kind of picture quality, and it was struggling to do it. So if you put it on auto, that seems to be better, actually. But yeah, no, it's not set on low or anything like this. I'm not asking it to give me 10p. I'm asking for it to just be normal. So I don't know. No one's come here to hear me moan about Netflix, but I am going through it at the moment. I made chicken and shrimp fried rice and garlic soy noodles with shrimp. Oh wow, Lady Dravenheart, enjoy that. Sounds lovely. Sounds nice. Matteo said, Days, have you seen Tiffany dyed her hair pink? Yes, I did yesterday. I hope we get a new Raw, good Raw. Yes. I should probably show that picture. I don't know if I'd be able to find it now, though. She was sort of sat... I think she was sat in a sofa. It's given a little bit Eva Marie. A little Eva Marie. But, I mean, I don't hate it. This person said WTF is wrong with her face. So Tiffany Stratton now has pink hair. This person said no, she doesn't. It's a filter. I think she does. I don't think it's a filter. I mean, she's got it there as well. Look at that dog. Yeah, cool. Not really too much to say, is there? Fine. I think we have got some bigger problems than just the color of the hair. Her match with Lash Legend was not very good on Friday, but then Friday was just not a very good show. But I mean, even on Cage Match, who scored Friday's show above what I scored it, people on Cage Match actually enjoyed SmackDown a smidgen more than me. Not much. It got 5.6. And Lash against Tiffany got 3.6 out of 10, according to Cage Match. So, CM Punk Kevin Owens 8.05. So, yeah, it's... I don't know. She's a bit of a conundrum to me, Tiffany. I don't know quite how we get her back on track. She just needs a series of really great matches. She had a great match. Really, really enjoyable match with JC. And then, like, on Friday, she faces Lash Legend. And, I mean, I feel sorry for her because I don't think Lash Legend is that great. You know, I think that, it's going to be hard to have a great match with Lash Legends. But, well, it was what it was. Hopefully we can bounce back and, put on, like, a really strong performance next time. Don't know what she's doing next. Can't remember if she's competing on Friday. Ellen said they're taking off the week before Labor Day as they're going to do Mexico and the South America tour after, says Ellen. Ellen, thank you. AJ, shout out to you. A lot of stuff you cover is American-based, like the NBA and holidays. You can't hate on a majority of the stuff WWE covers is based off of America, not the US. Oh, I don't understand that. A lot of the stuff you cover is American-based. Me. WWE. Like the NBA and holidays. You can't hate on the... I don't cover NBA. You can't hate on the majority of stuff WWE covers is based off of America, not the US. What does that even mean? It's what? It's based off America, not the US. Do you mean the UK? Did you mean the UK? Isn't America and the US the same thing? I don't know what you've just said, but as long as you know what you've said, then we're all good. Ronnie said, I watched a video yesterday about how celebrities go to Hollywood, then go through a weird transformation a year or so. Maybe Tiffany is insecure and wants surgical stuff done. You got that from her changing her hair colour? I would imagine that she is just trying to mix it up, freshen up. Perhaps it's something she's been thinking about for a while, just going changing her hair pink. I don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest with you. I think that it's kind of noteworthy, obviously, in that she's changed her hair colour. But as we said, I think she needs... Well, I think we need to do a lot of work with her, honestly. I think she needs to be living at the Performance Centre. I think she needs to be... I hope she is. Because when you get to the main roster, that's when the work starts. I do worry, that there is a lot of talent. And I'm not saying Tiffany. It's reminded me of a comment that Triple H made. So he said around WrestleMania last year, you would be shocked. You would be surprised at the amount of people that actually get called up and then stop. Like, don't go to the gym as much. Don't kind of put in that same amount of work. It's as if you are busting your gut in NXT to get to the main roster, right? It's like you're trying to move mountains. Like, I've got to get to the main roster. I've got to get that contract, right? You're working towards a very clear purpose, which is main roster. Call me up. And then as soon as that happens, this is from Triple H, not me. Triple H has said, you would be shocked. You would be amazed at the amount of people that just stop, that just don't put in that same level of work once they get to that main roster, once they get that contract. It's like, I've done it. I've achieved it. That mentality, it could not be further from the truth, right? The truth is that once you get called up, that's when you start busting your gut. Because everything you've done up until that point was to get you to the dance, was to get you to the big stage. But now this is where the real work starts. This is where you're going to have to survive. You are in shark-infested waters. Everyone is battling for just a few spots on TV. This is where you have to put that grind in. You have to put that work in. It's sink or swim. Sink or swim. And not only is it sink or swim, but don't go expecting WWE to help you out. Don't go expecting them to give you great creative, right? And loads of opportunities. Like, it's sink or swim, and you're only going to get, so many opportunities. And when you get them, you're going to have to grab them, and you're going to have to shine. And guess what? Life ain't fair. Life ain't fair. You might not get as many opportunities as other people. You might be a much better wrestler than others, and it just might not work. I mean, look at Elia. He didn't get released by WWE, but I think we can also agree that he should have had more opportunity, should have been booked better, should have been used better, right? I think we can say that about Johnny Gargano. 6 months of him doing this planking thing right now should be getting used better, right? You can say it about Julia. You can say it about Jordan Grace. You can say it about so many people, but it is a fight. It is sink or swim. So when you get to the main roster, you can't switch off. You can't dial back on the work you've been doing. If anything, it's time to double down. You go to the gym once or twice a week. You go 4 times now, right? Like this, now the work properly starts. And again, this is not about Tiffany. I'm not saying it's about her, but what I'm saying is she is definitely someone that needs to be doubling down. She's someone that should be going to Natty, should be trying to, kind of improve her skill set, should be trying to add new moves, add new sequences, watching wrestling. That's the work that's got to be getting done. I wonder if that hunger, that appetite, that drive, that desire, you're never really going to know if it's there or not there in people unless you're kind of around them. But I wonder what Triple H sees. I wonder what vibes he picks up on. I wonder if that explains why some people don't get used on TV and others get loads of opportunity. I wonder if that's a factor, because we don't see that side. We only see what's on TV, or a glimpse behind the scenes if it's WWE Unreal or something, right? But these are things that can make people stand out. I don't know about you, but if I was Triple H and I wanted to book a show, if there's someone like Chelsea who's coming to me all the time and I give her something and she kills it, give her a minute of TV time, she kills it, give her 5 minutes, she kills it. I'm going to be more interested in featuring her on a regular basis than someone that just kind of, what you need, mopes in, mopes around, doesn't really have that sort of same energy, that same drive, I wonder if there's something in that. Honestly, Triple H himself has made those comments. Triple H himself has said that around WrestleMania last year. It was on an online interview, and I can't remember the name of the show. It's where there was a load of people sat around. It's one of those online interview, like YouTube interview shows. Who's the name of the guy that's a comedian? No, he's been in the crowd before. And I think he also has done Kill Tony, but it's not Tony Hinchcliffe. I think it was his show. I want to say Adam Schmaltz or whatever, something like that, if that rings a bell. I want to say it was his show where he was sat and he was interviewing. Triple H was on a sofa with a couple of other people. I can remember the clip, right? And he made those comments. Not about anyone in particular. He was just like, you'd be shocked. You'd be shocked. I think that's really interesting. Really, really interesting. I think Julia was going to be the next Asuka and Io, but she isn't, said Street Fighter Ingrid's. Well, I don't know. I mean, again, it's very hard to have conversations about people, because I think when you actually look at their in-ring work, tends to be good. Tends to be like quite engaging. I think, one thing that people would struggle to say about Julia is that she's not a good wrestler. I think she is a good wrestler. I think that she works at a good pace. I think she's got some good sequences, some good spots, some good moveset. Selling, don't know. Not really ever something that I'd say is like a great strength of Julia's, but the pace that she operates at, moveset she's got, yeah, goods. Like, you can tell she's very experienced. The other thing as well is I feel like you could put her in there with several different people and she would have great matches, right? Not like Tiffany, who I think you could put in there with several different people, and I think she might struggle in a few of the matches. I think that it really depends who Tiffany is in there with. Whereas with Julia, I think she's got the ability to actually have a decent match with pretty much anyone, given the time, as long as they've got time, right? You give Julia like a good 10, 15 minutes with, whoever. I'd be confident that she could get something out of it, right? I do wonder about her English. I do think that the language is a barrier. It's obviously not been a big barrier for EO, but yeah, I don't know what the difference is between like an EO and a Julia. I suppose the only thing I would say is when EO got called up, she was in Damage Control. And she was kind of in a group, in a faction, and she would be seen in bursts. She'd have the odd singles match, but obviously she'd be in a faction match. You think about Clash at the Castle, she was in a triple 6-woman tag thing, right? And she had like loads of tag matches, and she was sort of on TV, but in little bursts and sort of protected. Julia has largely been out there on her own. I know she did a little bit of tag work with Kiana, but she's largely been out there kind of doing it by herself. As we said, she's had a couple of mid-card title runs. I think that we're still in those kind of early stages with Julia, believe it or not. I still think we're in the EO Damage Control period. So this is why I don't worry about Julia, because I think she is a talent. I think that WWE know what they've got with her. I don't think because she's been a wrestler around the world that she now would be lazy. I think maybe that's part of it, Perhaps like, if you look at like Julia, who's competed in Stardom and Marigolds and has competed all over the world, now that she's made it to WWE, I don't think she slows down. I don't think she stops. I don't think that drive leaves her. I think it's now instilled in her. I wonder if this is where, again, this is very unfair, but let's just say a Tiffany, right, who is a next in line talent, who was like a gymnast and came in not from wrestling, right? She didn't come in from that grind. She didn't have to work the indies not knowing where the next paycheck was coming from, right? Traveling for hours and hours and hours to just make $20, right? Because she's come in and been trained in-house, and her goal has been to not lose her job like Cora Jade did, right? And she's watched people like Duke Hudson come and go in NXT. And so for her, the goal is get to the main roster. And so now you get there. I wonder if it's just the mentality is just that little bit different. You know, Julia's had to fight and claw her whole career to get to WWE. And now she's there. She's certainly not going to throw it away. She's certainly not going to rest on her laurels. But I wonder if that kind of next in line talent that are so focused on just, I've got to get to the main roster. That's their only goal, right? They don't have that previous experience of the grind and paying the dues and all of that, right? I wonder if it's different for them. Again, wildly unfair to mention Tiffany. I'm just using it as an example. I've not heard anything about Tiffany, about she's lazy or anything. I would not want to be putting that out there because that's just not fair, right? I am literally just using her as an example of a next in line talent, right? Someone that came in from outside the business, that was trained in-house, and then went to the main roster. And I wonder if there's just a slight difference there. I'm not sure. But again, we wouldn't know unless we were like really working with these people behind the scenes. Rapture said, since SmackDown is being taped on Friday, and the buzz since Sunday regarding Johnny and the fact WWE can't have Sammy wrestle, they should do something with Johnny, right? So because we're in Cleveland, which is Johnny's home state, if you will, we should do something with him because we can't use Sammy. Maybe depends what's if the show needs him, doesn't it? I mean, I agree we should do something with Johnny anyway, and if we're in Cleveland, it would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? But I don't know if there's a gap on the show. I don't know that Sammy would have wrestled anyway. It could be that the show is stacked and they are quite happy with all the segments that they've got. So I don't know. I don't know what we're doing with Johnny, honestly. If you'd have told me, is Johnny going to do this planking thing for like 6 months, I'd have been like, no, we're just getting through like this period. We're just getting past WrestleMania. As soon as we're past Mania, I'm sure we'll have something for him. And then we didn't. And then we ended up getting past SummerSlam. And now we're starting to even move away from SummerSlam. And we're still doing this thing. Even wrestlers are coming up to him going, are you still doing this? Is this, CM Punk's coming out a word. Kevin Owens has come and had a word. Sammy has obviously been over and been speaking to him. Like, it's weird that he's not just being ignored. Like, wrestlers are talking to him and Candice. But what's the plan? What's the play? I think we're all waiting for some really amazing payoff. But I'm struggling to see how that's going to work. I mean, don't get me wrong. He'll come to life and there'll be a pop. But is anything worth 6 months of and going? Is anything worth that? I'm struggling, honestly. I'm struggling with that. I get that, when he does move, if he comes and makes the save, there could be a big reaction. I get that. But is it worth the amount of time that we've sacrificed? Because, I mean, surely the answer is no. I can't imagine. No. I hope we do something with Johnny. He's a good wrestler, says Dean. Johnny might be future endeavored sooner or later, says Ronnie. Connor said, where is Kiana James? All of a sudden, we've not seen her in a while. No, we haven't. I don't think there's an injury. Did wonder if there could be an injury. Not sure. Josh, shout out to you, buds. Ronnie said, real life question. During the World Cup, foreign people were complaining about tipping in the US. Okay. When you come to America, do you feel like tipping is a thing you would do? Tipping is a thing I do in America, yes. I know that it's like the culture. I know that there are like, I don't know if it's still the case now, but I feel like waiters and waitresses make their money from the tips. Like the pay is I don't even know. I mean, I'm guessing you've got a minimum wage, and I'm guessing that they're on that, and they obviously get a lot of money from their tips. I don't know, man. We tip here as well. Like in the UK, it's sort of, if you go to a restaurant, it's kind of expected that you leave a tip, right? But the tipping in America is mental. It's like all the time, isn't it? It's pretty much everything you do is like leaving a tip. But here in the UK, it's probably just restaurants. If you went to the fish and chip place, you wouldn't leave a tip if the guy gets you fish and chips, whatever, or you go to the Chinese restaurant, you just pay the bill. You don't leave a tip as you go and collect the food. You don't tip in shops and when you're buying stuff. I don't know. I don't know if it differs from state to state. I don't know what your experience in America is of tipping. But yeah, I know that it's obviously a major thing when it comes to the service industry. And it's how a lot of people survive. So I would not have gone over during the World Cup and been surprised. But then I've been fortunate enough to go to America, Florida, quite a few times. And so for me, I kind of know. But yeah, the World Cup's going to have took people to America for the first time. I think you saw that, actually. I think you saw that. There was a lot of people, weren't there, that were like, to be honest, do you remember when like everyone was going crazy about ranch dressing in America? I watched those clips sat here in the UK going, do we not have it? I thought we had it. Do we really not have it? I mean, it's not something I have, to be honest. But I'm sure I could go to the shops and get it. I'm sure that we have it. I mean, like, I wasn't aware that like ranch dressing was some sort of amazing like discovery. It's not like we'd never heard of it. So even some of these clips, I've got to tell you, that do the rounds, I think they are blown out of proportion. I think that you are just hearing from, a few people, and then it just seems like everyone thinks that way, Because I watched those ranch dressing clips and I was like, I'm sure we have it. I'm sure we do. I'm pretty sure I had it. I'm pretty sure I've had it in the UK. I've never found myself wondering what ranch dressing tastes like. But again, I don't even know if they were from England. They might have been from Germany. I don't know if ranch dressing's in Germany. So, I don't know. You get all these little quirks, don't you? You get all these little weird things. And so, yeah, people would have gone to America for the first time for the World Cup, not realised how big this sort of tipping culture is over there, and had a few, I would imagine, eye-opening experiences. But, yeah, no, I understand. I would have tipped, yeah. I would do when I go to Florida. Matteo said, have you seen that TNA has signed AJ Styles' kids, Avery? Do we think what do we think he'll do? I think that's blown out of proportion. I mean, he's a kid, isn't he? I mean, yeah, it's AJ Styles' son, but who gives a flip? I mean, there was a picture doing the rounds earlier today of the British Bulldog's son, David Hartsmith, meeting CM Punk at a recent live event, catching up with an old friend. And you look at him and he's like much bigger than CM Punk. I mean, he's taller, he's got more size to him, he's kind of standing next to CM Punk. You do look at David Hartsmith and go, how did you not make it in WWE? You're the British Bulldog's son. You look at the size of you, and he always had a good size to him, right? Could have been more defined. I would say that he had a height and maybe not too much definition. I think he could have put the work into the gym to have got more defined. The only thing is, you are comparing him to his dad. His dad was on steroids, right? Shocker, right? His dad was taking steroids. Most wrestlers were back in the day. And so, he's never going to be comparable to his dad. He's always going to be compared to his dad, but he's never going to be comparable because, well, I don't think David Hart Smith takes steroids. So, and he shouldn't, yeah, for his health. So, I don't know. I was looking at like him and I was like, oh man, how did you not make it? And then you look at like Mr. Perfect's son, Curtis Axel, and it's like, that's the son of Mr. Perfect. I mean, you would just think that he would kill it. Be absolutely fantastic. And yeah, he made it to the main roster, but I don't think he had a career that's going to live long in the memory, right? So we've seen lots of kids, anyway, come and go. We've seen lots of, don't forget Tamina was Jimmy Superfly Snuka's daughter. I mean, Jimmy Superfly Snuka was one of the biggest stars in the kind of early 80s WWE, like legitimate. If WrestleMania had started years before it did, Jimmy Superfly Snuka would have been in main events. He would have been a big, big player. And, I could definitely see him of main event in some early WrestleManias. I think Bob Backlund would have as well. If it had gone, I've thought about that quite a bit, actually. If you'd have gone back earlier, what would those manias have looked like? Who would have featured? It's kind of fun to think about sometimes. But anyway, she was the daughter of Jimmy Superfly Snuka, and I don't know, did she have an amazing career? So when I look at like Avery Styles, I get the buzz, I understand, but like, tell me 2 matches that he's had. Has he even had 2 matches? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know where he is with his career. I mean, let's be real. The buzz around him is because of the fact he's AJ Styles' son. That don't mean that he's going to be anything special. Doesn't mean that he's going to set the world on fire. So, yeah, I saw this news and I was like, I don't give a flip. Honestly, this kid's going to have to walk the walk, isn't he? He might be great. He might turn out to be like Roman, who was Seeker's son. So, I mean, here's a set look at The Rock, who was Rocky Johnson's son. I mean, you can have sons of wrestlers that obviously go on to achieve great things. But then equally, you can have a load that don't. It's far from guaranteed. So, yeah, he's got a lot of work to do. He's got a lot of experience to gain. He's got a lot of dues to pay. And so I wish him the best. I don't have no ill will towards him, but I'm certainly not like, oh my God, I can't wait. Yeah, this is going to be amazing. All that sort of stuff. Like, I think, he's got to earn that. You got to earn that by showing what you can do, There's no point getting high on someone's name, because we can find endless examples where it ain't worked out. So, yeah, wish him all the best. He's still a young kid. I think he could be good. Yeah, I'm not saying that he won't be. I think he absolutely could be. I think him going to TNA is obviously good. It's where his dad was. They'll treat him right, I'm sure. And, just needs to keep getting that experience, getting opportunities, put that work in. Stay there for, 4, 5 years. I think he's still only like 19 or so, is he? So, I mean, even in 5 years, he'll be, 24? Mate, he's got a lot to kind of obviously learn and lots of experience to gain. But, yeah, I wish him all the best. But not someone that I'm like losing my mind over or going crazy about. You got to earn that. Sally, hello, shout out to you, said, how is Netflix on Raw? My SmackDown viewing has been fine, but I'm in the US and I watch through cable. It's been all right. I mean, I think since we've got, actually, I'm going to say, other than the fact that I do get glitchy picture, the actual experience itself is fine. It's very easy to find, very easy to load up. You've got all the back catalogue. Well, I say all. That's annoying. You do not have all the old SmackDowns and old Raws, which is annoying because I would like to be doing some videos where I kind of go back and use some of that older kind of footage. I might just use screen grabs rather than footage because we know what WWE are like. But the fact that those shows aren't there, or not all of them anyway, most are missing, is very annoying considering we don't have the network anymore. But I heard that they just don't do anything. Views wise, they just don't do anything, so Netflix just aren't bothered. So, they've got the past few years up so that if people want to kind of catch up, they can catch up over the past few years. But I think there's very little from the 2010s. Very little from the 2000s, and then you've just got the odd kind of episode sort of from Attitude Era. I think there's a couple of maybe full years, but yeah, most of it is missing, so that's annoying. But actually watching the show is fine. Yeah, Yeah, no complaints really. I mean, sometimes if a match is on, we'll stay with it during commercial break. Sometimes you do get the coming back soon graphic. That tends to be on NXT. Not so much on Raw. A lot with the Raw, we just stay with. So when you go to commercial, or if someone goes to commercial, we'll stay with, say, Byron, who'll do an interview, or Danhausen will come out and fire human monies into the crowds, or we'll stay with the action. The only thing I would say about those times is that I could count on one hand the amount of times that it was worth staying with the action. Normally a match dies, absolutely dies, and you're just probably worse off for watching it. I really hate that. I hate when a match is really good and then all of a sudden it just sort of like the pace falls away and they just put a rest hold on. Or, you know, there's not really anything happening. And, like, it takes you out of the match. Like, do you know what I mean? It was really good. And then all of a sudden you're like, what's happened? And then you go, oh, we're at commercial. And then it's like, right, okay, I'll get good in a second. And then as soon as we come back, it picks the pace back up again and start doing more exciting stuff. It's really jarring to see, like, it just sort of die. And then it kind of gets going again. It does not help the match, and it does not add. Honestly, there are times where I would rather go to commercial, which sounds crazy, but why do I want to watch a match get worse? Right? Why do I want to watch that? Why do I want to watch a decent match just die because we've gone to commercial break? I mean, I don't even know why we do that, honestly. Why not just wrestle? I mean, just show. You can come back and show people some spots that they've missed, but just work. Do you know what I mean? You've still got the live crowds. You've still got like 12,000 people, 10,000 people in the arena. You've still got loads of us watching around the world. So what? I don't get it. So that's a frustration. A lot of the interviews don't really say anything. Danhausen just does largely the same thing. Come out and go, hello, everyone. You know, I thought I'd treat you to some human monies. Fires the cannon in the crowds. I mean, it was fun the first time where he got a bit like lost. The lights came back up and he was still trying to figure out where, you know, he should be running to. But I mean, once you've seen that once, twice, kind of loses the joke, really. So, yeah, it's fine. I mean, I don't really have any complaints other than there are times where my picture can go poor. I don't like the commercial setup too much. I'd even go to commercial. Given the choice, I would just go to commercial sometimes. And yeah, a lot of that commercial break stuff is just not that great. But other than that, I mean, like, the quality of it is honestly not bad when it's all good and working. I mean, don't forget, a lot of those technical problems could just be my end. It might not be like a Netflix thing. But I have heard that on forums there are people that are complaining. So I went on ChatGPT to see, like, if it was me or Netflix, and ChatGPT came back and went, there are a lot of complaints on various forums about picture dropout, and even Netflix themselves have spoken of the challenges of live broadcasting, because if you watch a video, it can sort of pre-render or whatever in advance, but it can't do it live. Because live, it obviously doesn't know what's coming next. There is no next because it's happening in the moment, right? So they can't sort of pre-render in advance. So everything is here and now, obviously. And that is apparently has proven to have some challenges. So even Netflix themselves have said there's been some teething troubles. So yeah, it's, you know, I think no complaints in the sense of like everything being in one place. That's great. You know, I do feel for you lot when I'm hearing about ESPN putting prices up. Or, I don't know, like, you know, USA Network have decided to go with a baseball game, rather than show the show. You know, you hear about that sometimes. CW Network are doing this instead. It's not on in my area. I know that that's happened a few times for some of you. I don't know if that's Raw or NXT or whatever, but I know that sometimes the networks kind of do their own thing that they think makes more sense locally, and then it can sort of delay shows and whatever. So I mean, we don't get any of that, of course. Everything in the one place, pay-per-views, Raw, NXT, SmackDown, all on Netflix, one fee. Can't complain, really, can you? Can't complain. Although I've just done a good job of actually complaining. But yeah, no, not bad, not bad. Netforce, hello, buds. Do we think they could do a B show and put wrestlers on the show that don't get featured on Raw and SmackDown, give them a chance? Yeah, I think that's... I think there is a chance that, well, they are sort of doing something like that with Main Event, aren't they? I think, could you make that an hour rather than half an hour? Could you also put it before SmackDown? I can't remember when Main Event films, but could you put it before SmackDown? I mean, you don't even really need much in the way of story. You just need like a little backstage confrontation, leads to a match, blah, blah, blah. If there's someone that you know is going to be around for a little bit, you know, a few weeks, you can maybe do something bigger with them. But by and large, like, you're really just using wrestlers that aren't needed for Raw and SmackDown. And you're actually just, you know, keeping them going, just getting the reps in. I think there is absolutely a place for that. I mean, I know there's a place for that because we already have a show called Main Event that does exactly that, which is, you know, talent that aren't being used on the show that week. And I'll tell you the other purpose, and that is NXT talent getting a feel for competing in front of a crowd of that size, getting a feel for being backstage at Raw and kind of integrating with that locker room, meeting people, meeting Triple H, meeting Bruce, working with a producer, walking through Gorilla, being in an arena in a state that they have probably never been to before, you know, having to travel, maybe spend the night in a hotel, being around the big names. Like, there's a lot of benefit to having NXT talent just get that feel before they get called up. And, you know, this can be 12 months, 6 months before they're called up. You know, that way when they do come up, it's not like a complete shock. It's not like they haven't got a clue about how anything works because they've done a few main events and they've got a bit of a feel for it, you know. And also it allows Triple H to have a look at some people, you know. If there's someone that he's interested in, let's bring them up, let's get them on Main Event. You know, I've heard a lot about Mason Rook. Let's bring him up. Let's put him in there with who we're not using this week. We're not using Theory. Put him in there with Theory on Main Event. So, you know, let's have a look at him. Let's see what he can do. And, you know, again, it's good for Mason. It's good for Triple H. Good for Theory because Theory can have a match if he's not on the show. Yeah, I think there is. Absolutely. I don't know why we don't make it bigger and do it before Raw and SmackDown. I suppose the reason why we don't do it before SmackDown is because SmackDown can be 3 hours. So if you do a show before SmackDown, you're potentially making the audience sit there for 4 hours, and maybe they feel that's a bit too long. But I mean, you could do it now. It's only 2 hours now. So, I mean, you could do it now. I mean, why can't you have the audience there for... You know, why can't you have the audience there for 3 hours? You're asking them to be there for 3 hours, January to June. So why can't you ask the audience to be there for 3 hours, June to December? It's just one of the hours is not SmackDown, it's Main Event. Yeah, I think there is. Absolutely. I think there is. James said, how insane is it that it's been 3 years? Crazy. 3 years since Bray passed away. I did see that JoJo put a message out saying that the pain is, you know, just as bad as it's always been. She'll never kind of, you know, fully get over it, and it's just about like dealing with it. Yeah, it's shocking, isn't it? Still shocking that it happened, but shocking that it's been 3 years. I can't believe it's been 3 years. It's absolutely flown. People need to accept that not everyone's going to be a main character, said life is often disappointing. That is true. But equally, I can understand people wanting their favourites to get more TV time and be used better and, you know, not get cut. You know, no one wants to watch people they enjoy watching missing out on TV all the time. And then eventually, the longer that goes on, the more you would start to worry about its cutting season. You know, am I about to lose my favourite? You know, Ilya Dragunov. I really like Ilya Dragunov. And I know he didn't get cut. I know that he chose to go. They wanted him to stay. I mean, I would say that they didn't give him much reason to stay. He can't have been excited by the plans that they had for him, or he can't have felt valued by the money that was on the table. I mean, if they really wanted him to stay, I think they could have found a way of doing it. But one reason or another, he decided that, you know, he'd done all he could. It'll be very interesting. I don't know if Chris Van Vliet will do an interview with him, but it'll be very interesting to hear from Ilya eventually as to why he made the decision to go. But I think we can all look and see that, you know, he was missing out, not being used much, probably felt like he was pretty low down the pecking order. Word had come out as well, hadn't it? Recently, actually, that he was someone that they liked, but he was not someone that was delivering the numbers that were required, and they really needed him to deliver better numbers. Now, that had leaked out, so I wonder if he was told that as well. I wonder if he was told that you've got to deliver better numbers and whatnot. I don't know, but either way, like it's obviously a big disappointment to see a wrestler as good as him depart in WWE. I mean, him and Gunther could have been fantastic. Him and Oba could have been fantastic. Him and Bron could have been fantastic. You know, I mean, there was loads of great matches there for Ilya to have. And you just feature him on TV and he could have, you know, got somewhere. But, I mean, you're right. There's only so much TV time. There's loads of people competing for those spots. And wrestling, just like life, is not fair. So it is not about, like, you know, how skillful you are. It is about the numbers that you provide. And it's about the interest and intrigue that you drive. And you are competing against those people. You can be a great wrestler. You can be a great talker. You can have a fantastic look. And if you're, because I think we could probably think about wrestlers in all three of those categories. You know, an amazing in-ring worker, you know, an amazing talker on the microphone, an amazing physique presentation. I think we could think about wrestlers that tick those boxes. Maybe they don't tick all three. Maybe they tick two, right? And they, you know, didn't make it. And it's not like you tick all three and you're guaranteed to make it. You've got to find that connection with the audience. The audience have got to care. They've got to want to pay money to see you. That's what this business is. This business is all about driving ticket sales and merch sales and video views and online engagement and all of that dirty stuff, right? All of that dirty stuff is what this kind of comes down to. That is the real job. Use your skills to influence those numbers. And if you don't influence those numbers, it's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be hard because you're gonna lose out to people that are doing that. And they might not be the best wrestlers and they might not even be the best talkers. But if they are connecting with the audience and driving those numbers, you're going to miss out to those people. That's the truth, the uncomfortable truth about wrestling. Daze, do you like The Cure? I saw them last night in Edinburgh. Oh, did you? Yeah, I don't mind The Cure. They're not my favourite band, but I can really appreciate them as a group. You know, they've had loads of great albums, loads of hit singles. In fact, we used to play their greatest hits in the store. And I was quite surprised at how many songs I knew. They are one of those bands for me where you put the greatest hits on because you might have a look and go, oh, I know that one, I know that one. And then when you put it on, you're like, no, I know this as well, actually. And it's just like they've had loads of big hits over the years. So I bet that was good. Hope you had a good time, buds. Daze, did you skip the last episode of Evolve? I didn't get a notification, said Wayne. Oh, I didn't skip it. I was just not here for it, unfortunately. So I was out in Birmingham with my family. That was it. So I just very rare kind of night out in Birmingham. Well, it was a day out, really. Stayed in a hotel, came back on Thursday. So I still haven't seen it, actually. I am here this Wednesday. I have no other plans. In fact, my folks are going away on holiday soon, so I'll be home alone. So I don't have any plans. So I'm just going to be doing the streams and everything. I mean, I'm trying to download kind of old episodes of things as I'm seeing them. I'm trying to get like old Raws and SmackDowns and things like that because I'm so sick of not having them. I'm so sick of like not being able to find these things. I've been having yesterday I was having a good look on Internet Archive. You can find lots of old episodes of Raw and SmackDown on there that you can like download, right? So I've got like all the Raws from 06, 07 downloaded, 08 as well. So I need to keep digging around in there because I found a couple of people that had good collections of things. But I mean, I need to keep digging around on there. So yeah, I'm just going to keep like looking for those, getting those streams, obviously. I mean, I really do want to be getting videos on the channel, but yeah, it's just difficult. It's really difficult because I keep hitting barriers. If ever I want to do a video, chances are I'll need a screenshot from a certain show, and I ain't got that show. I haven't got access to that show. So, do you know what I mean? Like, all of a sudden, trying to do a video on something becomes a lot harder because you need the footage for it. And it's like, I ain't got the footage. So then you got to find the footage. And, that you might need, I don't know, 10, 20 different shows. So it's not about just finding one show. It's about finding, and before you know it, you're like, this is a flipping nightmare. This is so hard. Why is this so hard? Why can't they just put up all the old Raws and SmackDowns? Because, I mean, I don't even think you really need too much beyond that. But, yeah. So that's kind of what I've been up to. But in regards to Evolve, no, I still haven't seen it yet. I will catch up with it. But we're back on Wednesday with that. Shiny Wizard said they should let the talent have greater control over their social media. For example, Jordan could post her practice matches. Maybe people would then shut up about her. Double-edged sword, that, isn't it? Because if they say something really dumb, then you are running the risk of really ruining that person and character completely. I suppose you could put rules in place, like don't respond to trolls type thing. But I think that whole thing's a bit messy. You never quite know if they're speaking as them or if they're speaking as their character. Because sometimes they can be speaking as them, but then sometimes they can be speaking in character and it's all on the same account. So it's like, yeah. I mean, this is a new, I say new, it's not that new, but, relatively new development when it comes to wrestling. If you think about how long wrestling's been around for, it's, one of the oldest sports. You can go back to the early 1900s where you got Hackenschmidt, right, against Frank Gotch. But now we're having to deal with social media where there's an online presence for these wrestlers, like 24/7, basically. So it's difficult. It's difficult. I think that everything has to get signed off at the moment, and that results in a lot of wrestlers not really using social media like they could be. I think they could use it better. I think you could use it to further feuds. I think that we've seen social media used to great effect by the likes of Chelsea and Drew in the past. I think it's a very powerful tool, but I think with that power does come some very serious downsides, and some downsides that I think really, could, I don't want to say derail someone's career, but I don't know, man. You make some stupid comment, you kind of, do you know what I mean? Had a few drinks or something, and you put something out that you might regret. We've all posted stuff that we might have regretted. And so, yeah, I kind of feel like they could end up doing that, and it could cause, if you're WWE and you're investing so much time and money into people, man, honestly, a stupid comment could really hurt. So I don't know. It's a real interesting one, because I agree with you. It should be utilized more. It's a very powerful tool, but then equally, it's so powerful it can absolutely derail careers as well. So I think like having the check, having the sign off is good. Having someone like you kind of post it for you, maybe, might not be the worst idea. So rather than you typing it out yourself, you drop a message to someone saying, I want this. And then at least there's like a check that's in place. Maybe that is, a way forwards. It could, it could just be one person, really, or a couple of people that literally are just, their job is to just put out posts online for wrestlers. They've got all the accounts, and they just go, to the different accounts and put messages out, whatever. Obviously you need some common sense. Some people might say that's just not workable. Maybe it isn't, but I think we could do more. But I could understand that it's also work for people, It's their work account. It's the way they communicate with the fans, and it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Daze, Tiffany having pink hair, could this mean she's turning heel? I wouldn't see that connection, to be honest. Word Life Cena fan, I think she's probably just fancied a bit of a change. Weather Days said, what's been the craziest moment this show? Has it been KO's return or Paige's return? The releases. Craziest moment this year. Depends how you define crazy, because I think it's pretty crazy to have revealed Pat as being on the phone to Randy when you tease such a big reveal, and it was part of the WrestleMania builds, and there was people wondering if it was The Rock, and was The Rock now working with honestly, The Rock was mentioned. People wondered if The Rock was now using Randy to get back at Cody. Don't forget, Cody had told Rock, go F yourself. And, The Rock had basically been working with John. And we thought something more was going to come of that, and never did. We thought that was a new group. Do you remember when we thought Rock and Cena and Travis Scott were like a new group after that turn? And we were like, oh my God, this is going to change the landscape and all that stuff. And like Cena then was just on his own after that. And so people were wondering if like Randy was now being contacted by The Rock, and if this was going to be The Rock's next project, the next plan to bring Cody down. And then it turns out to be Pat. That was crazy to have weeks and weeks of that sort of speculation, and it be WrestleMania season. Some people thought it was going to be Ted DiBiase Jr. because of legacy. Some people thought it was going to be Randy's dad because of it being like an old timer, and Randy was very respectful on the phone as well, which just made it even more crazy that it was Pat, right? That to me is one of the crazy. I'm not going to say the craziest. I think it's one of the craziest things, because you absolutely destroyed the excitement around one of your most important feuds at the most important time. It is self-sabotage on a level that is rarely seen, right? It's crazy. It is crazy. So that was crazy. If you want like crazy, like OMG, oh my God, then it's probably Kevin. Yeah. I don't think Paige was that crazy to me. Her coming back was I think a possibility. She's not connected with anyone. She was desperate for it. It just needed someone to give the okay. I think Triple H has always had a bit of a soft spot for her. Obviously, he was running NXT when she was made the first ever women's champion. I think there was a lot of excitement around Paige. I think Triple H, I think he's a nice guy. I think, he's probably looked at the fact looks where her career's at now. He's got the ability to bring her back to do a little something. I don't know. I didn't think it was that crazy, the Paige thing. Kevin was crazy because there'd been no word about him coming back. There'd been no words other than that weekend when he was rumoured to be backstage. And I think just before, word was he'd been at the Performance Centre. But I mean, other than those two rumours, he's been at the Performance Centre, he's backstage at SummerSlam. There was no word about he was coming back or close to coming back. So I think return-wise, that is the big return, shock, OMG. If we add John Cena's heel turn in 2025, I think the closest we probably got to it this year is Kevin coming back. But I also think I'd give a mention, as I said to Pat, I think that was a pretty crazy decision. Robbie said LA Knight's going to open the show. Stephanie Roxanne's going to be the first match. Javon Big Cass has been added. Javon Big Cass will be all right. That'll be an interesting challenge for Javon. Obviously stepping in there with a much bigger person. Proper babyface heel dynamic. I don't hate that, to be honest. I don't hate that. We never know about contract negotiations. I don't look contracts. I feel it's intrusive, says King Notorious. I don't look at contracts. I feel it's intrusive. Connor said, do we think that Bayley might sign her contract or not? I don't know, Connor. There's no word, is there? I mean, she's got a choice to make. That's all that keeps getting said. She's got a choice to make. We don't have enough information. If word was out there that she was being offered an increase in money and guarantees, you might think, well, that's good. I think there's a good chance she'll sign. But I don't know what they're saying. I mean, if she sits down with Triple H and wants answers as to how do you see me being used over the next few years, I don't know what he says. And I don't know what her reaction is to whatever it is that he says. I think all of these things are going to factor in. I don't think she's short of money. She's been active on the main roster a long time now. I mean, she's definitely a millionaire. So, I think you can always make more, of course. But, I think she'd make a load if she went to AEW. I don't think money would be a problem if she went to AEW. So, I think she is probably going to be looking now for her career, her legacy, wanting to contribute to that, something exciting. Like, I could imagine her being like, come on, sell it to me, yeah? I've given you all these years. What have you got for me? How do you see me being used over the next few years? Sell me the vision, yeah? And if Triple H can't, or won't, maybe her time is done, yeah? Maybe her time is done. I've always thought she'll stay. I still think she'll stay. Only because I would need a really good reason as to why she was going. I don't think it's too hard to find that reason, because I think the reason is what we just said, which is she's made money. Her closest friend is over in AEW in Mercedes. I think she's watching Mercedes having this, great run, great career. I mean, I think she is. I don't know. I don't watch AEW, but I've certainly not heard any negativity around what Mercedes is doing. I've, heard she's been having some good matches. So I can imagine that Bayley, who struggles at times to get on TV, certainly struggles to get on PLEs, looking over at AEW, seeing how Mercedes is being used. You could totally understand the grass being greener mentality, couldn't you? So it's down to Triple H. I think the ball's in WWE's court, honestly. I think the ball's in WWE's court because they just got to do what they need to do, which is sell the dream. If they turned around to Bayley and said, "Look, we got some plans for you. Yeah, you're going to be at Mania. You're going to be at SummerSlam. We're going to give you another world title run. We've got some good talent coming through that we want you to work with. We're seeing this match, this match, this match, this match. And also, you tell us, what do you want to do? You know, we can maybe look to factor that in at times next year or the year after. Like, what do you want to do in your career? What do you think is missing? And see what Bayley's got to say. I think if you was to have that conversation, I think that she would stay. But I don't know how close to that WWE are. Are they in that ballpark? Or are they not? Are they kind of thinking about other females? And you could understand if they're thinking about other females because they've got enough other females to think about when you got Rhea, Io, Julia, Stephanie, you know, Tatum, Lola, Charlotte, Alexa. Yeah, you're not short, are you, JC? Fatal Influence. You're not short of female talent. And as we said, everyone is competing for those same spots. I'll tell you the other thing as well. You know how we just said about how you sit down with Bayley and you try and sell her the dream to get her to re-sign? Imagine if you do that with a lot of other people as well. Does that explain why certain people get used over others? Because we've basically agreed to doing it, you know? If I sat down with Bayley and said, look, I'm going to give you a world title run next year, I need to honour that. That means I've got to book her, and I've got to put her on WrestleMania, and I've got to put her on SummerSlam, and I've got to give her a world title run, haven't I? Otherwise, she might not re-sign, and I don't want to lose her. So, again, that's another thing that does never, ever get taken into account. Does that happen? Is it a case that we commit to things that we have to then honour, which then means that people miss out on the show? It's a possibility. I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying it's a possibility. Pat, hello. Shout out to you, buds. Pat said, what did they do to help push him? Aside from entrance music, they need to work on logos and branding for each character. Is that Elia? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to really defend what we did for Elia. I just think that, you know, he had an opportunity, he had a run. I thought he did well with the open challenges. Problem was that as soon as that ended and he lost Carmelo, we did a little thing with him and Carmelo, and then it just stopped, didn't it? I mean, maybe those Elia open challenges didn't quite set the world on fire. Perhaps the little tease of him and Carmelo just wasn't really generating the interest. I don't know. It's really hard without that data, without those numbers. But to be honest, even if we had those numbers, let's say we had those numbers and the numbers looked all right for Elia, someone somewhere still has to make a decision of who gets the TV time and who doesn't. And, you know, Elia just found himself missing out, didn't he? Is that the decision I would make? Probably not. But I think it's hard, isn't it? Because if you was in that situation, you give Elia TV time, you got to take it away from someone else. There are more wrestlers than TV time. So you can put Elia in, but you got to take someone else out. So, you know, you put Julia, Jordan, Elia, put these people on the show, you got to take other people out of the show. And you know you need your Codys because they're going to be driving a lot of views, a lot of interest. You know you need your Romans and your Punks. I understand the argument would be that you rotate them out a bit more, but they're the names that people are tuning in for. You know, people are tuning in for Becky's and Seth's and Romans and Punks, and those are the big segments that start a show and all that stuff. So, I don't know. Do we need to maybe not have them on every single week and actually, you know, just have a couple of names on, stars on, then the rest is mid-card? Would that make the shows better? Probably not. Would it get more people on the shows? Yes. Does it make the shows better? Debatable. I don't know. I think it's very difficult. I think it's challenging. I think that there's pros and cons whichever way you go, you know. I think this is why, for me, the thing that I'm so focused on, and I've tried to be this way for a long time now, is just judging the show that we get. Just judge the show that we get. Just look at the show that we got. Judge the show we got. If it was no goods, then they ballsed it up because they had options. Yeah, it's a little bit like a football team that's got a really great squad. You know, you lose the match. Well, you ballsed it up, didn't you? Because you had loads of options on the bench. There was loads of people that could have played instead that might have got you a better result. And so you ballsed it. But if you put a team out and you win the game, well, that's great. Just like if you put wrestlers on a show and the show's really good, that's great. So, yeah, this is where my focus is there's always going to be people that miss out, but the people that do actually make it onto the show, are they delivering? This is why I'm a bit harsh on Tiffany. I'm a bit harsh on Sol Ruka. You know, I'm a bit harsh, not harsh, but like frustrated at the AAA talent that comes over and doesn't knock it out the park when I know they would if it was a Saturday. Why has it not been as good on a Monday and a Friday? And I think these are questions that should be asked. This is why, you know, Lash Legends needs to be doing better than what she's been doing. I feel like she's maybe got a bit comfortable being with Nia, right? So yeah, if you get TV time, you gotta use it because everyone's fighting for it. Everyone is fighting for it. Gotta make it work. Gotta make it work. Guitar Crow, hello, buds, said they should have a PLE where the stars use their old theme songs. They wear their old gear, recreate a younger look. Yeah, that'd be good. We did used to do throwback old school Raws, and, you know, you could do stuff like that. So, but we don't really do those kind of shows anymore. But I'm in agreement, actually. I think that would be fun if you did like an old show. And as you said, you know, you had old gear and old entrance music, and I like it. I think it's a good idea. I think that would be fun as like a one-off. I would probably be interested in doing that around maybe Christmas time or something, or maybe January. Just because like pre-Rumble is quite quiet. Pre-Rumble's quite quiet. You know, most people are just announcing they're going to be in the Rumble. And, you know, there's a couple of matches that you might want to set up, but by and large, everyone's in the Rumble. So those kind of January matches, January shows, you know, you can do some stuff on them. I mean, we did Cody Drew, didn't we, in January, and Drew won the belt. So, I mean, you can make them as exciting as you want. But I don't know, there's maybe an opportunity there, I think, to have an old school show where we do some throwback stuff, get some legends on, all of that. I always enjoy those. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Guitar Crow, I hope you're well. Ratcher said, days since SmackDown is taped in Cleveland and the buzz around... we read that about doing something with Johnny. Sean said, how do we feel about Sammy winning the championship? Is that one of your favourite moments? It's a shocking moment. Is it one of my favourite moments? Yes. I think that it's... how do I word it? It is, because it did the one thing I wanted it to do, and that was I just wanted Sammy to be champion. So, yes. But, you know, like most wrestling fans, I got my grumbles. Like, I mean, for me, I've waited so long for him to get that championship that for him to get it that way in like a triple threat match, not much of a build, the crowd not really on his side, and, you know, he gets it. And it felt like he was going to be transitional. I mean, it felt like this was not his time. You know, there's definitely been periods where he's been hotter and he's been connected with the audience better. So to pull the trigger now just felt like, yes, it was a moment for him, But I do find myself wondering, was it actually more about getting the belt off Cody and putting it on Punk? We didn't want Cody to lose to Punk. So did we just use Sammy to do it? And I think the answer is yes. So Sammy has got his first world title run, and the focus was not on him. The focus was on getting the belt off Cody and putting it on CM Punk. He's a transitional champ. He is an Ivan Koloff. He is a Stan Stasiak. People that had the WWE Championship just to get it from one babyface, put it to another. He's the Iron Sheik. Iron Sheik got the belt off Bob Backlund and dropped it to Hogan shortly after. I like it because, history books will say that he was a WWE champion. He can now do fan conventions as former WWE champion, all that sort of stuff. But it's not the way I would have liked for it to have happened. I would much rather he cashed in. I'd much rather Sammy have had the briefcase and come running down and the crowd going crazy. And, that could have been a great moment, really great moment. Instead, this was totally unexpected. It was a true shock. Totally unexpected. Felt like it was a transitional champion. Crowd didn't love it because, in Saudi it was well received, but the wider universe didn't love it because Sammy is not that popular at the moment. And he drops it 9 days later. So pros and cons, yeah. I do like it. It's not my... the Kevin return is better for me. That's just pure excitement from everywhere. Everyone loves that. Really well received. Brilliant seeing him back. Wasn't sure we would ever see him back. So that's why, amazingly, WWE have given me one of the things I most wanted this year and managed to do it in a WWE style, which normally means messing it up. So, yeah, it's fine. Ellis Dub, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well, buds. Shockwave said Rusev has disappeared. I think there's going to be a few releases coming again, but it's time and stories, same old, same olds. It's very stop, start, isn't it, when it comes to Rusev? Yeah, I agree. To be honest, though, I think when they brought him back to be a bit of experience. To just like Big Cass, I think Big Cass has been brought back to be a bit of experience. And Baron Corbin. Corbin they're actually using a lot better than I thought they would. But a lot of experience, I think, is why, there's a lot of emerging talent, isn't there? You look at Javon, for example, and there's a few people that you can look at and see that they have got a lot of learning to do, a lot of experience needing to gain, like Javon Evans, needs to gain a lot of experience. Carmelo, Trick, a lot of young talent that's kind of coming in and trying to find their feet. So having someone like Rusev to kind of feud with, someone that's been there, done it, and has got that experience, I think that's a positive. So I don't think that he's someone that's been brought back to be a monster and be a world champion and all that sort of stuff. I don't think that's the reason. I think it's more like, let's bring him back, have him on the roster, good person to have around. When we need a feud, we plug him in, blah, 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 So I wouldn't have high expectations when it comes to Rusev. I feel like it is, we just need that experience on the roster. We're going to put you in there with a few people, and there might be periods where you don't get used too much, but we can always find stuff for you here or there. And who knows, perhaps contracts or two, and then just runs out of road, maybe. So I don't know. If you are a big Rusev fan, I could understand the frustration, but I think for me, I'm kind of looking at Rusev as being someone that's had a very unexpected second chance. I did not expect him to be coming back. I was very surprised when he came back. He was not someone I was expecting for them to reach back out to. Same as Baron Corbin and Big Cass, actually. Did anyone have them on their bingo cards of all the people for WWE to go in contact? Did you expect them to go in contact? I didn't. I didn't think they'd go and reach back out to them. And so it does make me ask the question, why? Why? What has Big Cass done to deserve being called back? I haven't heard that he's been doing amazing stuff. What's Baron Corbin been doing? I mean, I think he's been in MLW. I think he's been doing all right. But it's not like what Cody did, where Cody went off to New Japan and, you know, then set up AEW and was one of their big players. You know, Corbin's not done that. Rusev's not done that. Cass hasn't done that. But yet they all found themselves back in WWE. Why? Why? What is it about them that has, you know, got them that? So I think interesting, very, very interesting. And I think it's experience. I think that's how, you know, why they've come back. Right, time-wise, we got 16 minutes to go. 16 minutes. Kelly, hello. Hope you're doing well, my friends. I just saw Kelly in the chats. Hope you're doing well, buds. Okay. Let's go. Nice. Okay, Daze, is it possible WWE is running with Big Cass being a heel, and when Enzo arrives, he gives Cass a Snickers? Cass is instantly no longer a heel. Do I think that's happening? Sadly, I do not. I think it would be a wonderful advert for Snickers if that's what we were doing, but I am struggling to believe that that is the situation. But if you've called it, if that's what we're doing, then respect. Respect. That would actually be a rare occasion where I'd be all right with an advert for Snickers. I'd be all right with some sponsorship. I think that could be a really entertaining way of advertising a product. Robbie said, according to reports, Rusev and Ethan are going to be in the tag division for the time being. They're re-emphasizing a focus on the division for both shows. That's good. I'm not down on that. I'm not down on a bit of a boost for the tag division. You hear a lot of people asking about the tag division and if there's more that we're going to do there. So, yeah, that's okay. WWE said that they are not interested in Enzo, have they? I thought he was in and signed and happening. I thought it was all happening. When is there someone random you can see getting a push outside the obvious? Anyone we think for a main title feuds? I think Ethan. I mean, I don't know if he's obvious or not, but I think he's a great heel. And I think that when you give him an opportunity, he's very good at maximizing his minutes. He's very, very good, actually, of maximizing his minutes and making people want to see more of him. So I think that there is a really good chance that once we really get going with him and really get him out there, that he can start to impress and get some momentum. And I think that, you know how we were just speaking about how there's some people that I do worry are not giving more now that they're on the main roster. There's some people I don't think are really, you know, there's more that they've got to give, but for some reason they're just sort of like holding themselves back a little bit. I don't think that's him. I don't think that's him at all. I think he is someone that absolutely is capable of really, let me just press that, someone that is capable of really pushing himself, and you know, this is something he's wanted his whole life. I think he's going to maximize this opportunity. He just needs that opportunity. He was good down in NXT. He was NXT champion. He really won a lot of people over. I just don't feel like we've got going with him yet. That's all. Is there maybe if fans were chanting for Enzo when Cass appears, they would listen. Well, I mean, I thought I'd heard that he had signed, honestly. I thought I'd heard that he had signed. But maybe not. Maybe he hasn't. Maybe he hasn't signed. Don't know. Not sure. We're going to have to wait and see what the plans are. Okay, where are we? 12 minutes. I'm just trying to get this set up. If I seem a bit distracted, it's because I'm just trying to get this set up. And it's just proving to be a little bit tricky at the moment. Okay. I don't have any desire for Enzo, said Ellis Dub. You're not an Enzo, headbuds. Daze, how would we feel if somehow we get the return of Bronson Reed at the 2027 Men's Royal Rumble? Honestly, I wouldn't care. I don't massively care for Bronson Reed. I think that he's fine. I don't have any hatred towards him, but I don't think he's done a great deal to get me like really excited. So my honest answer is great. He'd be back. Let's go. Let's see what we can do with him. But by and large, I wouldn't be like screaming the place down or anything like that. Like, I don't know. Does anyone feel that way about Bronson? I sort of feel like Bronson has got lots of potential. But I don't know. Does anyone feel like Bronson is someone that is that exciting, that crazy, that kind of like, oh my God, Bronson's here? Maybe I'm alone. Perhaps there are people out there that feel that way about Bronson that are really kind of excited by him. But yeah, and I don't know. If Bronson comes back soon, great, but I think he's got a lot to prove. I think that being in the Vision, I'm not going to say it's hurt him, but I don't think it's massively helped because he's very cold to me. He's very, very cold. I mean, what has he done? He's played second fiddle to Bron Breakker. That's what he's done. He's just a bit part player, isn't he? I mean, he's someone that I think he was most exciting when he was in that feud with, was it Braun Strowman? And they were like bursting through walls. And do you remember when he did that splash, that tsunami on top of the vehicle? That's when Bronson was at his best. And some people might say tribal thief. I thought some of that was a bit stupid. Stealing the shoes and putting the shoes around his neck. Okay, fine. You know, I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. I mean, whatever. I much preferred him and Braun just battering each other backstage, going through walls, splashing on cars. It had that very kind of Attitude Era feel to it, where like vehicles were getting wrecked and stuff like that. Him stealing some shoes ain't competing with that for me. And then, you know, his like multiple splashes on Roman. I mean, that was fine. You know, that looked cool. But really outside of that, what else did he do? What am I meant to be excited about? So I think he's got a lot to come back and prove, honestly. Again, I don't hate him. I don't have no hatred for him. Why would I? But yeah, he's got a lot to come back and prove. Chad should fight WWE champion like Warrior. Should fight the WWE champion like Warrior. I don't know what that means. Chad should fight the WWE champion like Warrior. The Ultimate Warrior. Don't know quite what you mean by that, Humble Rumble. Oh, you mean like when the Warrior was IC champ and fought Hogan in 1990 at WrestleMania 6? Is he getting those numbers, though? I mean, the thing with Warrior is you knew that he was going to be a top star. You knew that he was on a meteoric rise. He was getting, like, crazy merch sales, all this sort of stuff. I don't know that Chad's doing that, mate. I mean, Warrior was, like, Hogan's equal. He was... It would be like Oba Femi being Intercontinental Champion. If Oba Femi was Intercontinental Champion, then I think we could have a conversation about champion versus champion, you know, Roman Oba, that kind of a thing. Chad Gable is not that. Or at least I don't think he's that. I think that he's a hard worker. He's working really hard to try and connect with the crowd. I think he's made a connection. But I mean, if we looked at a top 10 right now, do you reckon Chad's merch would be in there? Because I don't think he'd be in there. I don't think his merch would be in there. I don't think if we was to look at segment breakdowns and all of that stuff, I don't know that Chad's would be in there. Like, you know, top 10, like segment breakdown. So, difficult. I mean, you could do it as like a fun match for, you know, a Raw or a B show or something, but maybe if he has a hell of a run now, you know, you could maybe build him up and get him there, but I think it's a very different situation to the Warrior. Will we ever get a new face of Scare? Bray would have been that, but it's been 3 years since he went away. Alistair would have been good. WWE driving away from paranormal stars, said Bentron. Well, Vince. Triple H is not a fan, is he, of, like, you know, supernatural stuff, which I can understand, to be honest. I think it's very divisive. It's not something that everyone can get on board with. I don't honestly think that's a problem. I think the problem is more just really getting, well, first of all, you need someone that fits that mold. And I think you've got like an Alexa and you've got a Tatum. So, I mean, you could do something with them, and we might do something with them. You're right, we did have Alistair, but again, did Alistair generate any sort of numbers? I mean, I would say no, because he got let go. You had Carrion and Scarlett. I think what's happened is you had Carrion and Scarlett. You also had Alistair and Zelina. I think they've gone Alistair, Zelina. And I think that's why Carrion and Scarlett missed out, because I think both of those gimmicks were very, very similar. If you didn't have Alistair and Zelina, would Carrion and Scarlett still be employed? I don't know. I think that's an interesting question. And I don't have the answer to that, because looking at, you know, the landscape, I feel like we had to choose between those two. I think it came down to budget cuts. And I think we had two characters that were very similar, and we had to make a choice. And I think they decided to go Alistair, Zelina, probably because Zelina had done more than any of them. You know, she'd been around a bit longer. She'd been on TV longer. She had obviously been at Backlash with that Puerto Rican moment that had kind of really generated some numbers. So I think that... I think there was a situation there where she probably helped Alistair keep his job at that time. But then it comes down to, okay, well done. You've kept your job. Now you got to kick on. And I don't think the interest was there. I don't think that Alistair, Zelina were really, you know, delivering anything. It does. It just keeps coming back to that. It just keeps coming back to that. I mean... you can say it's short-sighted. You can say that you know, if you took that approach to John Cena when he was prototype, we never would have got what we got out of Cena. True. If we'd have took that approach to Stone Cold, we never would have got to Stone Cold when he was Ringmaster. True. If we'd have took that approach with The Rock when he was Rocky Maivia, we never would have got anywhere. True. I mean, it is true. When you first come up and you're first doing stuff, like, you ain't going to work it out straight away. You need to keep trying stuff, and you need to be invested in. But the other thing is that you can't keep investing in people. Maybe we've just got too much choice. I mean, maybe there's just too many wrestlers now. Perhaps we're just absolutely flooded. And, you know, now it's just a case of we don't need to stick with people that aren't delivering numbers because we got someone else waiting in the wings. There's always someone ready to take over. And I wonder if that wasn't quite the case back in the 90s when we had Stone Cold and The Rock and, you know, those guys. I wonder if we had to make them work. And I wonder if the period we're in now is a period where we don't have to make things work. It either works or it doesn't work. If it works, brilliant. If it doesn't, thanks. I've got a million other wrestlers that I can turn to. And I wonder if that's where we find ourselves in 2026. I wonder if that is one of the great problems of this era. Spoilt for choice. Grass is always greener, but actually rarely is it greener. So I think that there will be another spooky character, absolutely. I think there will be another dark character, of course. Hard to say who that's going to be right now. Can't quite point to anyone other than Alexa and Tatum. Shiloh feels like he could move into that direction, but I don't know that they're really too worried about it. I don't know that they're actively trying to find one. I think that they're just quite happy to play the cards they're dealt rather than trying to get a certain type of person. They're just going to play the cards they're dealt. Okay, there's going to be a lot of people surprised that we're already beginning here, because we are literally just moments away from this week's show starting. Let's go full screen on this. Okay. Here we go, says Connor. I was annoyed with that Alistair Zelina gimmick. Particular Zelina. She was wrestling at one time, but then she was just slithering on the floor for like eye candy, said Sally. Ugh. Ellis Dubb said the AEW and WWE rosters are both bloated. Yeah, I don't know about AEW, but I could agree with WWE. I think, like, you know, there's so many people struggling to get onto TV that it feels bloated. It definitely feels bloated. Obviously not helped by losing that third SmackDown hour. We do get that back in January. That'll help. But I don't know. Again, at the end of the day, it's not about TV time for wrestlers. It's about putting on the best show possible. I wouldn't have wanted a third hour for Friday. You know, that show was doing my head in. Okay, here we go. Is there anyone random we can see getting a push, said Nika? Yeah, as I said, I mean, I don't know if they're random, but I think Ethan Page will get an opportunity in the future. I don't know that it's happening anytime soon, but he did well in NXT. He's not really on much of a radar at the moment, but I think Ethan's got it in him to be a very interesting heel champion. Little bit JBL, you know, dressing well, being chauffeured around. I mean, you could even do a bit of an angle where he's come into money. I mean, him being a bit of a $1 million man, bit of a JBL heel type character, I could see that for Ethan. Here's Javon and Big Cass. Okay. There's Theory and, well, the whole Vision, actually. Contract signing coming up tonight. Contract signing tonight. We got Logan. Bron Breakker seems to be quite happy there. Perhaps he's happy now that he's got his match made, you know? Okay. Why isn't Ricky getting over on the main roster like in NXT, said Spawny Boy? I think it's just opportunity. Need to have a run, don't you? I mean, he's a decent talker, but, you know, when does he really get a chance to get talking segments? To be honest, when's he had really too many chances of just being on TV at all? I think match-wise, his match quality... I mean, I can't really give you a long list of great Ricky Saints matches, actually. So you can put him in a match. I don't know that he's going to really grab attention. I don't know that he's going to rise above good 95, good 96. You know, has he got it in him to, on a regular basis, be delivering higher than that? That's the job, innit? That's what he's got to find. Give him a microphone. I think he can come out with some fun lines. Don't really worry too much about him as a promo. But, yeah, he just needs to get that momentum, doesn't he? Oh, man, that segment was so good last week. Solo pointing over. Pew, pew. Pew, pew. Into the barricades. LA Knight, Jacob standing there watching. I mean, it doesn't say that Roman is on this show, but I mean, I'm sure he's going to have questions. I did see some footage, actually, of him being very frustrated. Pew, pew. With Jacob. Here's LA Knight. LA Knight coming out. Okay. Here is LA Knight. Yeah. LA Knight making his way down to the ring. It's a good place for LA Knight to be, opening up the show. What a moment, last week says Michael Cole. The spike heard around the world. Bum, 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 na, 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 na. Okay. LA Knight has come down. I think I heard there's about 9,000 in attendance here. Should be some good wrestling tonight. We do have a couple of AAA qualifying semi-finals. Okay, LA Knight then has got the microphone in his hands. Apparently, Takahashi might have had a match before Raw tonight. Hiromu Takahashi makes his WWE in-ring debut ahead of the August 24th Raw. So is that going to be our main event, is it? That's crazy. Takahashi's first match on main event. Okay, here's LA Knight. Let me talk to you. Go on, then. Go on, then. The man they called the megastar is in the building. He calls Roman a capital C cowards. Some of you can feel mixed about that. I understand, said LA. A capital C coward. Yeah. Oh, I like that from LA Knight. Roman's been winning on his own, so why has he been trying to get family members to keep me away? I like that point. He's painting himself as a real threat. He's painting himself like Roman's scared of him. You know, Roman's winning these matches on his own. He doesn't need help. So why is he so desperately trying to keep me away from him? Crowd are chanting, you deserve it. Roman started a tournament and I wasn't even in it. Jimmy threatening me. Jay threatening me. Okay, so Solo getting a mention right now. All right, he's calling out Solo. Where is Solo? I don't know where's LA Knight looking at. Oh, Solo's in the crowds. Here he is. Solo in the crowds. Yeah, we got some Solo chants. We got some Solo heads. That kid wants Solo to touch his arm, but he's wearing a Jey Uso shirt. Yeah, well, you deserve that, kids. You deserve that. You've gone and given your money to Jey Uso, haven't you? That'll teach him. What you did last week. Thank you. There's a woman in the crowd with a pew pew sign. There we go. She had it the wrong way round. The son's got a sign that says, "Hi, Mom," and then an arrow pointing to her mom. And then the mom's got a sign that says, "Hi, son," pointing to her son. I think that's a real breakdown in communication. Why don't they just sat next to each other? Why don't they just say hello? Why are they communicating through signs? Oh, this is your warning shot, says LA Knight. Yeah, LA Knight giving a fun warning shot to Solo. Because Solo was about to do LA Knight's catchphrase. I'm glad the Usos are coming out now because that was getting a little bit comfortable. Do you know what I mean? Get a room. Get a room. Plus that mom and son have annoyed me now. Okay, here's Usos. They're coming down. They don't look to be in good moods. Hello, Metal Mama. Hope you're doing well. Pew pew. Pew pew. I bet you thought it was funny going up against your real brothers. There's still consequences coming, Solo. This your warning shot, pal. Oh, they fired at Solo. Solo's been hit. Has he been hit or is he doing a Matrix? No, it might have missed. I think it's missed. Look at that stupid shirt he's got on. Pew pew shirt. I think he just avoided being shot. That's nice. That's nice. It was hard to know because I couldn't see the bullet. But that's nice. Oh, there we go. How about you two versus us two tonight? How about you two versus us two tonight? LA Knight, are you ready to fight? Yeah. Have you got my back? I got your back. You got my back. I got your back. They're going to run this pew-pew thing into the ground, man. this your warning shot? Okay. Let's get a score, shall we? See what people thought about that open. It was all right. We said pew pew a few times. We set up a tag match. Roman Reigns must be seething, says Michael Cole. Bum, 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 bum. Dum, bum, bum, bum. Well, that certainly was an opening, said LS Dub. It was definitely an opening. I've compared it to other openings, and it is definitely an opening. Okay, I mean, it's an opening that didn't take... Well, I suppose it did a little. I was going to say it didn't take loads of time, but it took a bit of time. 15 minutes in. Although we did get a open as well, didn't we? Dragon Lee, Ray Phoenix, Penta against La Parka. When are we getting to these? Okay, Phoenix Lee is tonight. So does that mean that we've got Penta? I think it... I don't know. Is this Stephanie? I feel like this is Stephanie's music. I never flipping know. Yeah, Stephanie. Stephanie first. She's taking on Roxanne. It's clear this tournament's going to be Penta Phoenix, said Jim. Stephanie versus Roxanne is our first one. Yeah, get your thoughts in about that open. What did you think? I think we're heading towards Phoenix Penta match, said Troy. Her music is unrecognizable, said Dynasty. It's got to the point, you know, Dynasty, now where I'll hear some music and I'm like, I don't really recognize this. That's probably Stephanie. It just doesn't stay in my head. I think she might even have had this theme for a little while now, but it just doesn't stay in my head. Probably because we haven't seen much of her since WrestleMania, so, you know, I've not been hearing it on a regular basis, but yeah. She got Def Rebelled. Jose, shout out to you, bud. Said Stephanie has got the worst theme in all of wrestling. Ace said, did you see Harlan's new buzz cut? Yeah, I saw that he'd shaved his head, yeah. I think he's still kept a bit, hasn't he, on top? It sounds like a Finn Balor mix, said Rich Rod. I could hear that, actually. I miss the old song. Same as Ethan, said Dynasty. It's a remix of a song. That's why I said Big Migs. Andy Hello said, how long do we think it'll be before Cody gets his title back again? Probably a week. No, I think they're going to keep him away for a little while. Seems like Gunther, Finn, Sammy, they all seem to be sniffing around. I think this Randy feud's probably going to keep Cody occupied for quite a while. So, I don't know, he might not even get back round to it this year. So, I think there's obviously a lot of interesting matchups for CM Punk that aren't Cody. So, yeah, I think he's probably away for a little bit. Opula said, I like this segment, although I do wish that Solo was a part of Bloodline. Also, the pew pew was funny, but I think it is being used a bit too much now. Rich Rod said, I like Solo, but I can't stand LA Knight. He needs to be a mid-card heavyweight, not top of the tree. Daze, I'm going to head to London in a few weeks. Have you got any restaurant recommendations? Not really. I mean, I don't go to London too often. Whenever I do, tend to just go to pubs and just have a drink and grab some food whilst I'm in there. I went to a restaurant which was Leicester Square, and there was an Italian restaurant that was round there, and it was really nice. It was like so fresh. You could have pizzas, pastas, Italian food, but it just tasted so fresh. Like all the ingredients felt like they were flipping bought that day. Really nice. I really enjoyed that. I don't know what it was called though. It was mate, there's so many flipping restaurants. The best thing I would say is go ChatGPT and just whichever part of London you go into, because obviously you've got central London. You've got Elephant and Castle, you've got Clapham, loads of different places. Whichever part it is you go into, Leicester Square, Piccadilly, wherever, I would put into their best restaurants because, I mean, there is eating places absolutely everywhere. London is just absolutely drowning in places to eat and drink. It's a myth that, like, you come to the UK and the UK's got bad food. I think the bad food reputation the UK's got is its traditional cuisine. I think people would look at, what England have given the world as dishes and would say, it's not as good as Italy. It's not as good as, this place or that place, which probably isn't unfair. But if you're talking about places to eat in London, like where you can get good foods, London is got amongst the most Michelin stars of any city in the world. Like, there are loads of great places to eat in London. It's a myth if you think you go to London and the food's going to be atrocious. I think the reputation that we've got is that our traditional meals are not really held in high regard. But yeah, if you want Italian food or any kind of food, great steaks or anything, you'll find it all in London. So you'll be fine, buds. Roxanne over against the ropes. RTX said Stephanie's theme music is like WWE went online and just Googled generic theme music. Okay, slap coming in there by Roxanne. Roxanne goes through the ropes, trying to keep Stephanie back. Okay. Takedown. Gator roll there by Stephanie. Stomp coming in by Stephanie. As we said, first time seeing Stephanie since WrestleMania. First match since Mania. Liv, Roxanne, Raquel, all obviously involved here. Roxanne in action, but we've got the other members of Judgment Day at ringside. Stephanie down. Kicks coming into the back of the head there by Roxanne. And stomp coming down. Roxanne with plenty to say. Slap coming in there by Roxanne. Slap coming back there by Stephanie. Okay, she went for a slap, but Stephanie took her down. Armbar, no joy. Looking still down on the grounds. Oh, that was nice. I'm loving that. Pulling down on the arm. That looked moody, mate. And again. Oh, that looked good. That looked good. She's done that a couple of times now. She's got her against the ropes, takes her over. Roll there by Roxanne. Roxanne goes against the ropes again. We were a little bit close to the ropes there. We just didn't really have much room to operate, but you can see the ability of both women here. Lots of reversals, looking for a bridge. That was well denied there by Roxanne. Yeah, there's some lovely action in this already, you know. Knee, bow and arrow. She's going for the bow and arrow. She's got it over on her legs. She's got Roxanne in a very painful position. Roxanne is down. Over in the corner. Stephanie on the other side. She's going to look to run round, charge rounds. Big boots. Roxanne feeling that. Liv and Raquel have not got involved on the outside yet. They've just been observing on the outsides. Nah, here we go. Just as we say that, it's exactly what happens. That allows Roxanne to knock Stephanie to the outsides. She goes out, grabbing Stephanie, looking to hurl her into the barricades. And looks like we're going to be going to commercial break as Stephanie gets chucked into the other barricades. And we go to commercial break. Mexican, Indian food is amazing. English food is meh unless it's an English breakfast, said Opala. Robbie said, Daze, I'd love for them to do a tournament final at Triple Mania. I've got a feeling it will take place on one of the tape shows instead. Trini, hello. Hope you're doing well. Joshua said, Daze, when I went to school. Hello, Joshua. When I went to the UK with my dad, there was lots of good foods that we tried. Yeah. I mean, like, we get obviously a lot of people come into the UK from all over the world and they bring obviously their cuisine. So you can find great Chinese, Indian, Thai foods, American food, steaks, great English food in like pubs as well. Restaurant chains, you'll find it all. Right now we got Roxanne in control. Stephanie down. Roxanne is getting back in the ring. Going for a cover, 2 foot on the rope there by Stephanie. Kick coming in there by Roxanne. Roxanne in control after a distraction by Raquel. Kick coming into the midsection. WWE on their Mexican tour, September 11th, 13th, and 14th. I like that. So Corey said, as this match progresses, I'm interested to see how Stephanie's cardio is going to hold. Front face lock in at the moment here by Roxanne. Stephanie getting back up. Shot coming into the midsection. And again, throwing in some shots to Roxanne. Roxanne hurling Stephanie down. Shot coming in by Roxanne. Those shots don't look brilliant. 1, 2 for Roxanne. Pulling back on the arm. Corey Graves said Roxanne's time is going to come. It took Raquel a few years to get her first singles gold. Okay, we're coming back from commercial break, and honestly, you had not missed anything there. Again, quite slow. Over in the corner goes Roxanne. And again, this should pick up pace now. Stephanie. He's trying to get back into this. Roxanne has got Stephanie. Takes her down. Little kick there by Roxanne. She goes against the ropes. Bang. Comes down. Knees to the back of the head there. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Yeah, Roxanne having a go at the referee there. Grabbing Stephanie. And again, she's got a bit of a stretch applied there on Stephanie. These two are more than capable of putting on a solid match. If only we could tone down the interferences. That would just be the point for me, said Jay. Yeah, the commercial break doesn't help as well, because the match just dies. So now, like, I feel a bit... I was really into it when it was first starting, and we were seeing some really good reversals, kind of outmaneuvering each other. I thought that was really good. But now, like, yeah, the stuff we had during that commercial break was not as exciting. But now we're getting back to some good stuff. That's a really nice stretch there by Stephanie. Knee to the midsection there by Roxanne. She's got Stephanie in the corner. Okay, right now, Roxanne charging in. Uppercut coming in there by Roxy. Okay, Roxy goes into that middle turnbuckle. She goes down. Stephanie's got back into this now. Duck underneath. Forearm. Chop. Kick to the midsection. Right now, Roxanne being hurled against the ropes. She stops it, though. Throws in a kick to the midsection. Roxanne off the ropes. Gets picked up. And backbreaker. Nice backbreaker. Tilt-a-whirl backbreaker by Stephanie. Into a suplex. Right now, she's going for Devil's Kiss, and the crowds are quite excited to see it. It's in, and Devil's Kiss. There we go. People do love that move, don't they? More annoying scream, Liv or sensational Sherry? I think Liv's more annoying. Ah, mate, that dragon screw. That dragon screw is brutal. Stephanie with double knees. She's got Roxanne down. 1, 2. Kick out there by Roxanne. Roxanne, look at me, get up. That's what Liv just said to Roxanne. Look at me, get up. Oh. No joy. Kick coming in there by Stephanie. Roxanne goes down. She's kind of going outside the ring. Stephanie grabbing the leg. Roxanne trying to get over the other side. She's grabbing onto that ring apron. Referee just grabbing it. Ah, she's gone to the eyes. Against the ropes. Takes her down. We might be getting Pop Rocks. Kick coming in. Shining Wizard by Roxanne. 2. Kick out. This thing is carrying on. Boom. If it wasn't for Edge, we would have no Judgment Day. Knowing that Edge has been in AEW now for many years shows how old this group is. Crowds are applauding away, making some noise. Trying to get over to the ropes. No joy. I just don't rate that move. SBV, is it called? Stephanie going up. Now we've got Liv getting involved. Oh, Liv does get involved. Raquel distracted. Liv got involved. That's going to bring down Becky. Here's Becky making her way down to the ring. Okay, so Liv and Becky, we got Raquel on the outsides. Stephanie comes out, throws in a kick to Raquel. Roxanne is still down. Raquel goes into those ring steps. She's getting back in. Oof. Okay, Roxanne might capitalize here. Springboard moon. Well, no. Stephanie moves. Okay, Stephanie gets it. Yeah, let's see. I think that match has got some really good moments, but I think it's got periods where it just, I don't know. I don't want to say outstays its welcome, but like it didn't do anything during the commercial break again. Lots of outside interference. Liv goes into the barricades. Right now we got Becky in the ring with Stephanie. We got some Becky chants. Don't know quite what Becky was saying there. She jumps out the ring. Oh, you owe me twice. I think that's what she was saying. You owe me twice now. Okay, get your thoughts in. What did you think about that? Considering the releases we've had, like New Day, Sheamus, should we be worried about The Miz, who is going to be around for 20 years, said Raptures? Maybe. The only thing I'd say is I heard a rumor that they had asked The Miz to take a pay cut because they just didn't see him being like a big player for them in the future. And I heard that he had accepted the pay cut. So I think some people have been offered pay cuts and decided, no, I'm not going to take them. I heard a rumor The Miz had taken it. So that might just mean that he sticks around, obviously. He's definitely someone I would expect to be asked to take a pay cut because, you know, he's been in WWE a long time. I'd imagine he's been getting pay increases. And I'd imagine now, looking at it on paper, he's probably not in line with that money anymore. Oh, right, here's Javon. Javon Merck in Judgment Day. Okay. It would have been a better match if Liv didn't get involved, says Bryn. Yeah, I agree. I sort of feel like I'm still waiting for this show to really get going, which might be a bit harsh. I don't know. I just sort of feel like the opening segment was all right. It just set up a tag match that I'm not massively bothered by. Then we just had that first match, which, again, it was fine. I mean, I don't think this is bad. I just don't think I've seen anything I needed to tune in for yet. Maybe that's going to change now. Phoenix against Dragon Lee. Phoenix, Dragon Lee coming up next as we go to commercial break. Double tapings are just mid, said Guitar Crow. Well, I hope not. I hope not. I hope it's not going to be a mid program tonight. It's already a little strange that we've started, obviously, as early as we have. It's already a little bit strange for that reason. But, so yeah, I hope it's not going to be a mid show. It'd be such a shame as well, because it really felt like we had some momentum following last week. And then, obviously, on Friday, there was a lot of disappointment. And so it'd be just such a shame if, like, we follow that show with another mid-episode. And don't forget, because SmackDown is going to be taped, we're going to know, like, spoilers and all that stuff. So, I mean, that's going to sort of ruin Friday a little bit. So, it is a shame. Zero reaction for Phoenix, said DB. Yeah, he's been doing some decent work as well, actually. I do feel a bit sorry for him. Kind of think he's doing some good stuff at the moment with all his various title defenses. But still, obviously, more work to be done. Okay, we are at... I believe this is an advert for a Mr. T documentary that's coming out, which is obviously going to focus on wrestling a fair bit. And him being in Rocky 3. That'll be interesting. I'm and all about the A-team and figures, and it'll be interesting, that will. Kids today, man, probably don't know how big of a deal he was. SmackDown is in my hometown of Cleveland, said some Miranda. Oh, very cool. I'm in London for All In on Sunday. I can't wait, said DB. Bryn said, the only good match on Friday will be Tatum Meechin. Personally, Alex, hello. Hope you're doing well. James said, not for me. I always stay away from X or Insta till Friday. Probably for the best. One thing I wish WWE did more often, said Rapturous, on the main roster that NXT isn't afraid of doing, is more number one contenders matches. Faith said they've got a show booked for Friday night. That's why I do not understand the double booking, says Faith. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I know that we've got SmackDown being recorded tonight. Perhaps they're doing a different recording on Friday. Okay. Do. Okay, Dragon Lee is in the ring. Phoenix is in the ring. We're about to get underway. Bell has sounded and we are underway. Signing the crowd for the Lucha Bros. Phoenix locking up with Dragon Lee, and this really could be a great match. Over the top. Working on the arm. Got him back against the ropes. Over the other side. Leapfrog. Trying to take him over. Oh, no, that was great by Dragon Lee. Big kick coming in. Against the ropes goes Phoenix. Dragon Lee looking for a clothesline. Roll up there by Phoenix. No joy. Kick. No joy. They're both flipping over. Dragon Lee against the rope. Okay. Phoenix standing his ground in the center. Just sort of acknowledging that this is going to be a challenge. Shot coming in. Forearm there by Dragon Lee. Forearm coming back there by Phoenix. Chop there by Dragon Lee. Chop coming back. These two chopping away at each other. Kick coming into the midsection. Another shot there by Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee's got Ray Phoenix. Phoenix going over in the corner. He didn't really get sent into the corner there. He just sort of ran himself into the corner. Kick coming in there by Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee is backing up a little bit. Okay. Drop kick. Goes for the cover. Yeah, bang. Kick coming in by Phoenix. On that top rope, another big boot. That looked good. Phoenix going up, perched. He's urging Dragon Lee to get up, and big splash. 1, 2. No joy. No joy. Okay, on the outside, another big kick. I'm going to end our poll so we don't get too confused. We're still doing the Stephanie Roxanne one. Lovely moonsault to the outsides. It's good. Back in the ring, Dragon Lee getting up. Ray Phoenix has got him in his sights, charging over against the ropes into a German. That looked really good. Into a super kick. Okay. Now we've started. Now we've started against the ropes, over the top. Lovely camera cut. So he jumped and we cut to a different camera whilst he was in the air. Bang. Okay, goes over the top to the outsides. I think back in the day, Rey Mysterio was more of a lone wolf. Everything he did was like, wow. But now we've got lots more luchadors and people watch more wrestling outside. So it's a bit more common, said Real DJ. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I agree. It's not quite as special, is it? I agree. Oh, kick coming in there by Ray Phoenix. I just turned my attention to the chats momentarily, because normally these matches slow down, but this one might not actually. Gonna have to keep a bit of an eye on this. Do we think that Rey Mysterio should have won against Chad Gable last week? I think that it was probably right that Chad won. I mean, Chad's obviously been working very hard to get to that title. I think we all knew that that match with Ray was a credible opponent for him to get a win over. You know, Ray is a big name. So, you know, you give that win to Chad and it looks good on the resume. So going into it, we sort of knew what that match was and why we were doing it. It's just the match was so good that it actually got us believing that Ray had a good chance of winning. I mean, the match was so compelling and engaging that it made us believe that we might see a title change. So, no, I don't think he should have lost it to Ray. I think it felt like at times he may lose it to Ray. But actually, you know, now that we're a week removed, I think it's right that we carry on with Chad Gable as champion. It was a very, very good match, though. I mean, if ever there's a question around what's the best TV match of the year so far, I mean, that's going to be the top answer, isn't it? I think it's the best TV match I've seen from WWE this year. Outside of PLEs. Shoulder up. Although you do have to give a bit of props to, obviously, Cody Drew and the title change that went down earlier this year. 3 stages of hell. Kevin Owens, CM Punk was good, but that finish did annoy me. Shots coming in there by Ray Phoenix. Down goes Dragon Lee. Down goes Phoenix. Chad deserved to win the match against Penta, says Brim. I think he keeps it till Survivor Series, says Matthew. Then probably loses it back to Penta. James said ESPN raising their prices. We did touch on that earlier. They've said Google said they're in Cleveland on Friday doing a double recording for next week. So they have a week off before their trip to Latin America. Bishop said, is there a AAA show this weekend? There is a AAA show. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I couldn't tell you if you're getting AAA Saturday and Sunday. I just know that they've got their special show this weekend. Back into the corner. Big boot coming in there by Dragon Lee. Another kick coming in. Next week, are we doing AAA and NXT? Yes. This weekend, we are doing those 2 shows. Right now, Dragon Lee, sit down powerbomb there to Ray Phoenix. 2, kick out by Phoenix. Okay, I believe we are back now, and I believe we are cooking. Right now, we are in a good place. Dragon Lee getting back up to his feet. Okay, charging over. Super kick there by Ray Phoenix. Phoenix getting thrown through the ropes. Blocks the shot there. Shot's coming back. Going up and moonsault. 1, 2. No joy. Bang. Powerbomb. 2. Kick out there by Dragon Lee. Kick out by Dragon Lee. We got a small "This is awesome" chant. Small "This is awesome." It's growing though. People are joining in. People are enjoying it. It's obviously the best match we've seen so far. I think this is better than Stephanie and Roxanne. Oh no. Thought Phoenix was going to smash Dragon Lee into that turnbuckle. Dragon Lee is... Well, I love that. Smashed Phoenix's head into the turnbuckle, then kicked the turnbuckle whilst Phoenix's face was on it. Phoenix climbing up, though. Phoenix, Dragon Lee in the corner. He's going up again. Trying to take him over. No joy. Phoenix right now. Upside down. Tree of Woe. Dragon Lee. Gonna look to stomp down. And he does. I never get that move. Never understand why they support themselves. Okay, right now, middle of the ring, we got Dragon Lee. Reversed. 1, 2. Dragon Lee coming up. Big chop coming in there by Dragon Lee. Phoenix back against the rope over the other side. Oh, that's great. That is great. That is great. Phoenix goes on the ropes, catches the ropes. Dragon Lee, bang! Kick coming in. Dragon Lee goes face first into the commentary table. Ray Phoenix right now, charging over, gets caught. Oof. Not quite face first. Kind of broke his fall. You could see that he avoided hitting the table. Dragon Lee is going against the ropes. He's going to go big. Oh, he did go big. He went really big. Wow. He went through those ropes like a bullet out of a gun, colliding into Ray Phoenix. Yeah, that was sick. That was sick. Like a cannonball. Corey Graves was like, oh my God. That has sparked This Is Awesome chants again. Loud This Is Awesome chants. Spike, whoa, big spike DDT. Ray Phoenix gets the shoulder up. Lovely spike DDT. Lovely spike DDT. This is awesome, says the crowds. They're making plenty of noise. Great match, said Connor. This is like watching a guy fight his mirror image, said oh, Brainbuster! Brainbuster by Ray Phoenix. A move that you really don't see that often in WWE. It's been on the banned list. Obviously not on the banned list anymore. Phoenix looking for that Mexican muscle buster. Didn't get it. Roll up by Dragon Lee. 1, 2, go! Dragon Lee gonna go for the Styles Clash. Styles Clash gets it! Styles Clash. 1, 2, wow. Kick out of a Styles Clash. Do you know what? This is feeling like a match you would get on a weekend. This is the kind of thing you would get in AAA. Bang! Look at that! Oh my God! 1, 2. That was beautiful. Rolling through into, I think it was a cutter. Ray Phoenix over in the corner, charging in. Big boot there by Dragon Lee. Top rope enziguri there by Ray Phoenix. Another kick coming in. And this will be the beginning of the end. It's the Mexican Muscle Buster. 1, 2. Ray Phoenix gets it. It's a really great match. It's a really great match. We were saying that don't think there'd been any reason to really tune into the show so far. They've just given you the reason. Some lovely spots in there. That Brainbuster is sick. Couple of really nice placed super kicks. That dive to the outsides. And yeah, Mexican Muscle Buster. So Ray Phoenix has advanced. Are we going to see him facing Penta or La Parka? Surely it's going to be Penta. These two embrace. All-time match. It gets 11 out of 10 for me, said Brim. 5 stars, said Jesse. That match was awesome. More of that, said Alex. Oh, hello. What's this? Is this Lola? Is this going to be Lola? It feels like Lola. Yeah? She's moving like Lola. She's kicking ass like Lola as well. So is Lola Vice on her way to Raw? Boom, there we go. The 14th of September, Lola Vice. Vice City arrives. Maybe on Raw. Which is a bit of a surprise, because isn't Damian Priest over on SmackDown? Although, as we said, are they engaged? WWE will do whatever they think they need to do. If they think it makes more sense for her to be on Raw, they'll put her on Raw. Perhaps they move Damian. I mean, that's not impossible. KD said, I knew it. September 14th is a Monday, so that will be Raw, said Cupcake. There we go. Raw bound Lola Vice. Not down on that. Not when we're already struggling to get women onto SmackDown. Move her over to Raw. It's going to be hard, though, because she's still competing against, Becky and Liv and all this, decent EO, and still going to be a fight to get TV time. Daze, who do we think will be in the gauntlets? Just a lot of AAA talent. I'm not really expecting any sort of big surprises, to be honest. William said, I'm not seeing what you are seeing, says William. Daze, I think the main roster doesn't often do number one contenders matches so that they can be more flexible with their champions. Realistically, we would have already done Roman, Oba, or Breaker by now. Maybe, yeah. David said, I forgot Raw started early. Oh, yeah, you won't be alone, buds. I think a lot of people are going to get caught out by that. I nearly got caught out by that. I missed the first segments, but I went back and that ish was funny, said David. Who is coming on the 14th of September? Lola Vice. If you've watched NXT or even a bit of AAA, then she'll be familiar to you. Maggie said, I miss Solo. He'll be coming up later as well. He's in a tag match tonight. So, fear not. All you Solo heads out there, you'll be able to see him later as well. I think some NXT women will be in the gauntlet. The AAA women's division is small, but it's irrelevant because it's going to be La Catalina. I agree. I think La Catalina will win it. Maggie, shout out to you. Thomas, hello. Hope you're doing well. Connor said, does it mean that Damian might be moved? Well, he might be. I don't think it's a guarantee. He could be moved. But, WWE don't really worry about such things. I seem to remember Bianca and Montez not being on the same brand at times as well. I think that they will do whatever they think is right for the talent. Obviously, they will try to keep people together, and I think it's a bigger consideration if you're married. I don't know where we are with... Are they engaged? I feel like they might be engaged. So, could they move Damian back to Raw? Yes, I would say there is a chance of that. I don't think it's guaranteed, though. Obviously, Damian is going to want whatever is best for Lola's career. So, if it's better for her to be on Raw, then so be it. Still to come, we've got Penta and La Parka. Netforce said, who goes through the table tonight? Well, I think it might be now, actually. Not even tonight. Now? We might have a massive segment now. So we got Paul Heyman in the ring. We've got Adam Pearce in the ring. Oba Femi coming out as we start our second hour. The Ruler. Here comes Oba. This should be good. This should be a very interesting segment. Ober and Bron. Contract signing. Grand Prairie said, Daze, you're always positive. Well, don't know about that. Wasn't feeling that positive on Friday. I do my best to bring out the dark side. I dare call you a bellend. All the British negative terms to make you turn heel. Well, I appreciate the fact that you believe I'm always positive. I was not positive on Friday. And the start of this show felt a little slow. But we're there now. That last match was really good. And now we've gone into an Ober Femi who seems to be channeling a bit of a Razor Ramon vibe. We got a nice shirt, open. Got a bit of a gold chain on the go. Ober in the ring. He does that, doesn't he? Like, this arm goes here. I'm very interested in that. I would like to ask him that question. Why is the pose that rather than that? What's this? What's the difference? Someone somewhere has made a decision to do that rather than that. You'd expect it to be that, like, raw. Whoa. Moody, yeah. But he does that. Is that like protection, shields, defense, offense? Is that the vibe? I don't know. I'm just a mere mortal. I don't run with gods. Lots of Ober chants. Ober in the ring. We're just waiting for Bron Breakker to make his way down. Could be something to do with the shot put, said Scott. He did used to do the shot put, didn't he? Maybe. Maybe. Is it that? That would be interesting, wouldn't it, if it turned out that it had some reference to shot put and no one knew? I like that. I like that, Scott. Got me wondering now. Okay, here's Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker making his way down to the ring. We got a full-on laser show. As Bron Breakker steps out with that tag title around his waist. Bron Breakker has been beside himself. Because Ober was deemed the next big thing. Daze, you don't run with gods because you're busy running with scissors and licking windows, says James. James knows me very, very well. It is true. I'm basically the Ralph Wiggum of the online streaming community. Okay, Bron Breakker in the ring. Ober in the ring as well. Adam Pearce. Can I just say, Netflix is great tonight. Yeah. It's no issues whatsoever. I'm in a better mood as a result. Okay, Ober sat one end of the table. Bron Breakker sat the other end of the table. And we got a few Ober chants. Bron has got that contract in front of him. Who the hell do you think you are? Hey? Who do you think you are coming out here declaring yourself as the future? Mm-hmm. You on King of the Ring? Okay. You've done well, but you haven't won any championships. I had WWE in the palm of my hand before you showed up. I got hurt. You weasel your way in. You're in this position because I got hurt. That's it. You're an angry orange man. Bron, you're an angry orange man. Oh, I wish you'd have called him an Oompa Loompa. I'm going to tell you exactly what I think about you. Ooh. Oh, that's good, Vioba. If you'd have broke in at the time of Cena, maybe you'd be the face. If you'd have broke in 2015, maybe you'd be the face. But it's 2026, and you're running against me. That's good. Because I exist, your chances of being the face of this place have drastically gone down. You're barking up the wrong tree. Oh, mate, I can't wait for this match. I cannot wait. Raw could just be like 2.5 hours of these two talking and brawling and all that stuff. I'd lap it up. This is funny, says Bron. It's a really good segment, this. I love that they do the strut and chant your name. Everyone thinks you're going to run through me. Oh, here we go. I like that. I'm going to force you to go to the deep waters. Because to be fair, Brock didn't. Brock didn't, did he? I'm going to own you. I think both guys are having some decent lines. On Bron Breakker. I'm the guy Femi couldn't beat. Bron signs the contracts. Some good verbal exchanges. A very satisfying segment. We just got to stick the landing. Bron with the contracts. Oh, do you want to sign this or should your daddy do it? Okay, now we're digging into some issues between Bron and Heyman. Don't do this, says Heyman. What are you doing? What are you doing? Bang! Big shot there by Bron. Yeah, I don't think that Heyman was in on that, to be honest. Heyman's kind of shaking his head as he's walking away. Now we got shots coming in by Femi. Femi coming back. Bron Breakker and Femi are going at it. I wondered why Oba wasn't using his right hand there. Theory's come down. He is now. Bang! Clothesline there by Breakker. Stomps coming in. Someone's going through that table. Very interesting, though. Very, very interesting segment. And it looks like, is Bron Breakker going to pick up some speeds? He is. Against the ropes. Oh, big boot there by Oba. Big boot by Oba. Big clothesline. Bron Breakker to the outside. Theory through the table. Surely. Here he goes. Boom. And he does. And he does. The bringer of war. Yeah, there was a lot of moving parts there. Some really good words being exchanged. I like Heyman being brought into it. Oh, that's a lovely segment. I wanted to see the match. I still want to see the match. I probably want to see the match even more by about 2%. Because I was already at 90%. Now I'm at 92%. Sunday night's main event. Okay. Contract is signed. Let's get a segment score. Is it really? A week from Sunday? I didn't realise it was so soon. We've got lots coming up, haven't we, actually? Because we've got Triple Mania coming up. We got NXT AAA this weekend. We got Saturday night's or Sunday night's main event coming up. Okay, here is Jacob is saying some words and I can't hear what those words are. After last week, you should be back here. Chill out. The OTC told me to stand down, and that's exactly what I did. Love that. Love that they're using those Ulafalas as like a status thing. Like, this means we run the play. Yeah, Jacob don't like that. Do you know, that was a really quick little segment, but it was a really good segment. Jay is getting better at wrestling. Impossible, said Alex. Here's Javon. They might lose, Jacob, said Ant B. Ballin. Okay, Javon is making his way down to the ring. He's going to be in action tonight against Big Cass. Bum, bum, bum. Jacob's going to turn on the Usos, says James. Okay, we've done really well there. We've just had a banger match and a banger segment. And, you know, this, if you did tune into this show late, hopefully you've still been able to catch those two segments. They've been the best two parts of the show so far. And, I mean, the open was fine. I don't think it was, like, terrible. The opening match was fine. I didn't think it was terrible. But, yeah, we've gone up a level, haven't we, this past kind of, like, 40 minutes or so. Really enjoyed that. That was really good, just... And I don't know what to expect out of Javon and Big Cass. The fact that Solo evaded that warning shot is another close call. Or we would have seen a live deceasing on TV. Do we think LA is deserving of being world champion? I think LA can get a world title. I think there's a lot of people that want to see it. And I think it would play well to, a chunk of people. LA's never really done it for me, personally. So it's not one that I'm kind of like, passionately campaigning for. But I do think before he hangs it up that it would probably be good for him to... Because there's so many different ways of getting to it as well. It's not like back in the day where you had to sort of beat Hulk Hogan or something like that. Like... And even then, we still found ways of, like, Andre getting the title off Hogan thanks to a screwy ref moment, right? So, there's always ways of doing it. But in this day and age, you can do Fatal 4-Ways. You can have the belt defended in a Royal Rumble. You can have Money in the Bank cash-ins. Like, there's so many ways that you can get the belt onto someone that even if, like, LA Knight might not feel like he can beat Roman in a singles match or CM Punk in a singles match. Put LA Knight in a high-profile main event of SummerSlam. Is he going to get the better of CM Punk? I would think not. And I would think not against Roman. But there's so many ways of doing it that, like, before he retires, I think that it's something people do want to see. So I would do it. Yeah, I would do it. I would put the belt on him. But again, it's not one that I would be, like, bothered by. I really like people that have good in-ring matches. And I would probably struggle to name, like, really great LA Knight matches. I think that's a barrier for me. Is the fact that, like, I can look at Sammy and I can find great Sammy matches. I can find great Cody matches, great Kevin matches. I don't think I can find great LA Knight matches. So, but that's just not important to some people. Some people just love him and they feel a connection with him. I understand that. So, do I think he will? I don't think he beats Roman, but I think there's a way that we can get there. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. King Yeti firing in some gifted memberships, which I really appreciate. Welcome to all the new members. We did a quick member stream before we started tonight. We got another one tomorrow. We got ones every day this week, weekday. Here's Big Cass. Have we heard Big Cass's entrance before? I feel like this might be new. Here's Big Cass then, making his entrance. I don't feel like I've heard the music or seen the graphics. It's pretty generic. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty generic, isn't it? It doesn't really do much. You could totally believe that this was a piece that Def Rebel just worked on and was just lying around. And it's like, well, this might be good for Big Cass. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I can't say I'm blown away by that. Can't say I'm blown away by that at all. Javon throwing in some shots to Big Cass. Big right hand there by Javon, going downstairs as well. Super kick coming in there by Javon. He gets out the way. Kick coming in there by Javon. Boy, bouncy. Oh, no joy. Shots coming in there by Javon. Over the top to the outside. Big Cass lands on his feet. Boot coming in there by Javon. 8 years is a long time to be away. The game has changed, says Corey. Into the edge of the ring. Javon gets in the ring. Big Cass is in there. Cass with a big clothesline. Javon goes to the outsides. Michael Cole said that Big Cass had a lot of issues in his personal life. He was fired by WWE. Big Cass still blames everyone else. He's not taken accountability. Okay, so they're really kind of digging into the fact that he's made mistakes. Michael Cole's really working hard to get this point over. He's a coward, says Corey. Against the ropes goes Javon over the other side. Oh, Javon gets driven down. Side slam. David said Cass's entrance is literally Brock's just slowed down, says David's. Is it? That's interesting. I'd have to listen back to that. Right now, he's got the boot in the side of the heads. Over in the corner. That's interesting, David's. Chop coming in. Do the Usos have relevance, said Benson. I think they've lost some since the first Bloodline story. Well, I mean, yeah, they're still one of the great tag teams in WWE history, of course. I think the one thing they are lacking is momentum and wins. You know, they haven't had they're not out there proving on a regular basis that they're badasses and they're, putting people on notice. They kind of stand around in the background, don't they? And at ringside a lot more these days. In the corner goes Javon. Big Cass charging over. Collides into Javon. I hope they put a belt on Big Cass, said Jason. Javon is down. Big Cass is very much in control right now. Okay, shot coming in there by Big Cass. Another shot coming in. I don't know if we're at commercial break, but this is quite slow at the moment. It's just Big Cass in control. Big clothesline. I mean, it makes sense. Javon is the exciting up-and-comer. So it makes sense for Big Cass to, slow it down, frustrate Javon. That's going to allow Javon to bring the fire, bring the energy. Big Cass with a boot on the chest of Javon. Big Mig said Danhausen puts Edge in the machine and then out comes Cass. Big Migs, hope you're doing well, buds. Big Cass charging over. Big kick coming in there by Javon. Javon starting to fight back a little bit. Against the ropes. Picked up and slammed down. Big Cass with an elbow. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Javon kicks out. Crowd a little bit quiet at the moment. Okay, we're coming back. Coming back from commercial break. As you said, crowd's a little bit quiet. Big Type said, Daze, Roxanne losing matches. I don't think too much of it because she's on TV each week. That's a great point. Competitive matches against top names. But now I've read a stat that she's got 2 wins, 21 losses. What's going on? She's getting regular matches. And she's competing against people. She's on TV a lot. It's good. It's good. There's no concerns. As soon as we're ready to pull that trigger, get going with her, she can start picking up some more wins, getting some momentum, and bang. As you rightfully said, the concern would be if she was just not on TV. But she's in Judgment Day, and, you know, she's competing against some good names. She's getting regular matches. She's still really young as well. She's in a good spot. Suicide dive there by Javon. Big Cass goes into that barricade. Cass look like Edge and Test if they were put into one person, said Pat. Okay. Shots coming in here by Javon. Big Cass over by the Timekeeper's area. Now, this is going to be a Javon special, isn't it? Javon loves doing this. Big Cass is in that Timekeeper's area. Javon's going to run rounds. Here we go. Picking up speeds. Charges over. Collides into Big Cass. We've seen better. We've seen Javon go absolutely flying into the front row. Holy shit. Okay, we got Javon. I'm about to whoop your ass, he says to Big Cass, and he starts unloading. Bang, bang, bang. Digging it in. Big overhands. Javon really unloading right now. Stomping away. Kicking away. Big Cass is down on his hands and knees. Javon grabs him. Throws him back in the ring. That was a good period there. Good spell there for Javon. Kick coming in. Down goes Cass. Javon going to the outside. Okay, off the top springboards. He's in control. He's in control. He says to Big Cass, get your ass up. He's going to go for the OG cutter, is he? Is up. Cass comes over. Knocks Javon to the outsides. Cass grabbing Javon. Pushes him back. Big boot. Down goes Javon. Cass going for the cover. 2, 3. Wow. That's it. Big boot does it. Big boot does it. Javon gets the Big Cass gets the win. You can see some blood on Big Cass's mouth. Big boots, and it's enough to just put the young OG away. Well, there we go. Big Cass is walking off, and it looks like Judgment Day attack him. Judgment Day are attacking. They're beating up on Javon after. Dominic, JD. Headbutt there by JD. Stomping away on Javon. Right now, big splash there by Dom. So there we go, Judgment Day attacking Javon after Javon just lost to Big Cass. No shame in losing to Big Cass. Okay. Here's Jackie. Sol Ruka. Okay, Sol's going to be competing for the IC title next week. Here's EO. Here's Lyra. I'm here as your friends. Give me the title match. EO is concerned. Okay, here's Penta. Dub for a Bailey mention, said Ant B Ballin. Yeah, it's probably a positive sign. So, Sol Ruka is having a match next week. Lyra wanted to take Sol Ruka's place. Sol Ruka was basically like, no. And then just before Lyra left, she intimidated EO, who I really felt the emotion from EO there. I really felt the fear. Lyra is a few fries short of a Happy Meal, said Jim. Yes, Penta, La Parka, this should be good. I mean, we were treated to an absolute banger earlier as well with Ray Phoenix and Dragon Lee. Can this get to that same level? Is there any news on Bailey? No, nothing. I think she put out... I heard she put out a message earlier just talking about... was it Miz that had made comments about Bailey and how fantastic she was and how she's a massive name, big talent, she should be main eventing. I heard that she'd kind of like retweeted those comments, posted those comments, so but nothing in regards to if she's re-signing or not. I mean, the streets are saying that, I think it was Dave Meltzer, but he was only speculating. He speculated that if she is not going to resign, then she could be done right now. If she does resign, then, you know, they're ready to bring her back and put her into a program with Lyra. So, ball is in her court. La Parka Roman would be money, says Marshman. Bryn said, Miz is always talking about people. Shining Wizard said, this show's been okay so far. Robbie said, I wish the final wasn't taking place on a tape show. Jennifer said, Penta match, this should be good. Real John said it came out Bailey was backstage at TNA Lockout locked down last night. James said, if WWE was smart, leave Bayley off TV. Even if she does sign, no one knows. Then bring her back at the Rumble. You just got to try and make sure that doesn't leak, though, haven't you? That's the challenge. But if you can keep it quiet, then that would be quite exciting, wouldn't it? Make everyone think that she's done, she's gone, she didn't sign. Speculation. But the thing is, you would have, like, AEW probably reaching out, trying to see if she's available. And it's going to be very hard, isn't it, for them to not ruin it? Because they might be like, oh, we reached out, but it doesn't seem like she's available right now. And then, of course, everyone's like, oh, I bet she's secretly re-signed. It's just going to be hard. Yeah. But if if you can work the dirt sheets and work the fans, then could be good. Here's La Parker. SmackDown and Raw have been lackluster, said JoJo. Have you not enjoyed tonight? I think Big Cass Javon was... But, I mean, we just had, like, Phoenix Dragon Lee, Oba, Bron. Both of those segments were really good. Big Time said, I've always said you're a wrestler that can take losses. In the case of Roxanne, it doesn't dent anything. If you're a wrestler that needs protecting, it becomes harder. I agree. I mean, the thing with her is, for me, she's in a group. And so as a result, she's going to get regular TV time because Judgment Day are on Raw every week. So, I mean, every week you're going to see Roxanne in some capacity. She's been having matches on a regular basis. That's good. Yes, she's been losing because, at this stage in her career, they haven't really got started with her. She's at the point where she can help others, put them over instead, give them, the win and the momentum. It's just right now important that she's on TV, being used. And then eventually, as we said, she can start winning the odd match, start, putting a few wins together. All of a sudden, maybe start believing in the hype, start looking at Live a Little Different. Yeah, I mean, she's so young as well. She's got like 20 years ahead of her if she wants. She's like 23, 24. I mean, in 10 years' time, are we going to look back on this period and wonder why she lost so many matches in a row? No. Do you know, it's funny, isn't it? Because, like, if you look at John Cena's career and you look back at him when he was Prototype, you would look at that and you go, yeah, that's him just finding himself. That's him working it out. That's him not quite knowing who he's going to be yet. And, he hadn't found the John Cena that we know. It's funny, isn't it, that we're in that period now where we've got lots of wrestlers that are doing that. And people are wondering why we're not, doing more with them or why it's not working, all this kind of stuff. And it's like, the truth could just be we haven't found what they're going to be remembered for yet. We've not found that presentation, that character. So, with Roxanne, she's all right. She's, I'm sure that as the years go by, her presentation will change. And I'm sure that, she'll grow in confidence and we'll do different things with her. Right now, she's just in that sort of getting experience, being on TV stage. So she's fine. Kip up there by La Parker. Okay, so we're back from commercial break and we're underway with Penta against La Parker. Bang. Down goes La Parker. Penta. Coming over to La Parker, ducking underneath. La Parker goes up over to the outsides. Kick coming in. Penta against the ropes over the top. Big air there by Penta. La Parker goes down. Okay, let's end the poll so we don't get too confused about what we're scoring. Big Cass versus Javon. You lot said... Up goes up. La Parker moonsaults. Okay, you lot said that was good 96. So, good 93 for our open. Good 93 for Stephanie Roxanne. Great 86 for Phoenix Dragon Lee. Great 74 for Ober Bron. Good 96 for Big Cash Javon. So what can Penta and Leparka deliver? Big chop coming in there by Penta. Forearm coming back there by Leparka. Super kick coming in there by Penta. He goes in the corner. Leparka ducks underneath. Backstabber. Leparka down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. We might be going to commercial break right now. Both guys are down. Marshman said, I always remember Leparka as a WCW jobber. Right now, Penta getting back up to his feet, coming over. Oh, big chop coming in. So, there's a lot of pressure here on Penta because even a win means that he's got to face his brother, says Michael Cole. Big back body drop. Can you imagine how amazing Penta Ray Phoenix is going to be? Penta down at the moment. Are we ready for the same Raw main event for the next 2-3 months until War Games? Same people, but different matchups, said Brony. Well, obviously, I hope not. I mean, that is the concern, isn't it? We said that on the road towards War Games, there'll probably be like some tag matches and whatnot. And lo and behold, we've got one tonight. Leparka. 1, 2. I do think Jacob is a very interesting wrinkle, though, isn't he? I mean, he does not like the Usos. And they've got these Ulafalas now that are like, you've got to listen to us. I mean, we've never really explored that before. We've had right-hand man before, but these black Ulafalas, making them, what did he call them? Generals or something. It's all building up tension within the bloodline. Penta grabbing Leparka. Shot to the midsection. And again. Chop coming in there by Penta. Leparka felt that. Over in the corner. It's very quiet at the moment. Daze, it's only a rule with engaged partners that can stay on the same brand, but people simply dating can be split. So Vice is on Raw, but do we think she will be a good asset, says Bentron. I think she'll be a very good asset. Shot coming in. Leparka goes down. Are we ready for Dragon Lee and Lucha Bros versus Los Perros del Mal? Yeah. I think it'll be fun. I think the card looks pretty decent, actually, for that AAA show. Crossbody there by Leparka. Down goes Penta. Penta against the ropes. Parker on his feet. Parker off that middle rope. Taking over. Oh, lovely work. Into a power slam. And down is Penta, but kick out. This match would bang in AAA, said Big Migs. Well, it should bang here as well. The problem we've had is we only had a very short period of time. Then we had a commercial break. And now we've come back to it. So this is the moment where it needs to start cooking now. So let's see what they can deliver. Leparka goes in. The corner goes up and over. Rolls. Look at that by Leparka. Bang. Big drop kick there by Penta. Leparka in the corner. Penta going up. Lovely work. Comes crashing down on Leparka. Goes to the cover to kick out. These two need to pick up the pace now. I know they're down and they're selling, but this is where we need to pick up the pace in this one. Penta is over in the corner. He's lining up that Mexican destroyer. I don't think he's going to get it yet. He comes over. He's on the shoulders of La Parka. Elbows coming in there by Penta. Round the back. Against the rope. Stuck underneath. Manages to drive Penta down. Kick out. The Parker with his head in his hands. Who do we think's going to win the main event tonight? It could be the faces. I feel like Jacob's going to make his presence felt. The Parker coming over. Throwing down some shots there to Penta. Oh, nice. Caught in the corner. Penta with a kick. He's got La Parka. Oh! Penta driver. 2. Kick out by La Parka. Penta back up on his feet. Goes over to the corner. La Parka is down. Penta's going up. Parker is up. Forearm shot. Catches Penta. Climbing up. Another shot coming in. He's going up. What's La Parka going for? We're setting up some big Spanish fly. Gets it. Spanish fly by La Parka. He goes for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Seen a couple of decent-sized spots there. Both guys getting back up. La Parka grabbing Penta on the shoulders. Couple of back elbows. He's managed to get La Parka down. Cierro, Miedo. Pulling back on the arm. Goes off that middle rope. Boom! There it is. Mexican destroyer. 1, 2, 3. It's okay. It's not as good, obviously, as Phoenix Dragon Lee. There's some nice moments in there. Would it have been better in AAA? Yeah, I think this one could have been, actually. But Springboard Mexican Destroyer, Spanish Fly. And there we go. It is confirmed. It is going to be Penta against Rey Fenix. Winner faces Roman Reigns. Oh, here's Rey Fenix. Rey Fenix comes out looking at Penta. There's no point acting moody with each other. We know that you're brothers. There we go. So they came out, they acted a little bit moody, and then they, you know, show some respect. Brother, face to face, said Luke. Okay, here's LA Knight. Here's Solo. I just wanted to say thank you. I got you back. I owe you. Look at this softy Solo Sikoa. Let's go handle this business, says LA. Okay, our main event coming up next. I mean, what I will say about this show is we're an hour and 50 minutes in, and honestly does not feel like it. I don't feel like I've been sat here for an hour and 50 odd minutes. You know, it has flown, really, it's flown by. Not a mind-blowing episode, I would say. I think there's 2 segments in there so far that I think have really been worth watching. Rest has been okay, watchable. I think it's definitely better than SmackDown. Not even close. I mean, if you think on SmackDown, we only had 3 matches. We've had a fair bit of action tonight. We've had some segments as well. Obviously, the opening segment, Ober Bron. And now we've got this main event segment. I hope this lands. I don't know. I suppose the one thing I'm struggling with is, what is that big talking point? What is that thumbnail? What does that look like? Maybe I get the answer to that. Perhaps it's Jacob. Perhaps Jacob's going to accidentally cost the Usos. And perhaps Jacob is the thumbnail. But at the moment, that's where my struggle would be, I think. Connor said, does Jacob make his presence felt get involved? I think so. James said, some people are really getting shizzy because WWE hasn't acknowledged Bray today. Ross said, Drew should get it or promote his film. Jacob is turning on the Usos. Oppola said, I think the Bloodline faction will end soon, not the family. As you said, they will remain forever. I do not feel it will remain. But the faction... Oh, well, yeah, I mean, like Roman Usos and all of that, that won't last forever. It can't, can it? But I do think the whole Bloodline tribal chief thing is here to stay. Because Zilla can always bring it back, or Jacob can always bring it back. We can always crown a new tribal chief. It's something that, you know, I mean, can you imagine that moment in the future when, you know, Jacob or whoever is, you know, kind of backstage and just kind of looks down, reaches out, and we're like, what's that? What's he grabbed? And then all of a sudden, it's the Ula Fala, and everyone's going to be like, oh my God. He's going to wear the Ula Fala. He's going to make himself tribal chief. Like, I just don't see that ever going away. I think it's always there to go back to. LA Knight needs to go and do his own thing. Stop sticking around Solo, says Connor. Miss Clown, shout out to you. I hope you Alberts. Paul Bray, he is missed, says Maggie. Joseph said, it's been a solid show. Cass looked great. Phoenix Dragon Lee was great. Penta La Parka was decent. Phoenix Penta is my match of the year contender. Oh, right. When they meet. Jennifer said Bray is a sad case, but at some point WWE moves on. They dropped Hogan, their biggest historical moneymaker, even quicker. Right. I've got a little advert for NXT Heatwave. Focus is on Zilla. Wow, that whole thing was about Zilla. Okay. Here's Ethan. Now this'll be good. Ethan and Chads. No. You as champion seem to be a little bit intimidated. You talked your way out of a championship match? Okay, so Ethan bumping into Chad, but we didn't make much forward progression there. Let's end the poll, shall we? As our main event is just round the corner. Next week, we've got an Intercontinental Championship match. Sol Ruka taking on Raquel. It's also Penta against Rey Fenix next week. Roman Reigns returns. Roman Reigns on Raw next week. They're just showing a replay of what went down earlier with Stephanie. If Bray had been wearing that heart device, he may have survived, says Maggie. Sol Ruka is going to get her revenge, says Brim. So they're just showing what went down earlier on the show. Stephanie getting the win. Did we see Raquel was holding the belt and it had Sol Ruka's nameplates on? No, I did not. Why would that be the case? What, tonight? Okay, here's Jackie. Here's Stephanie. Oh, wow. Stephanie's going to face Liv in 2 weeks. Liv showed me. I don't need your help, Becky. I'm going to take back my title in 2 weeks' time. Okay, good. Something to look forward to, isn't it? Okay, here come the Usos. Here come the Usos. Us. Day one, it's just me, Us. Okay, Usos making their way down to the ring. Knock them down like this. Coming through the crowds, fans are yeeting away. No. Not everyone, though. There's actually a lack of yeeting. Days, are we doing AAA and Heatwave? Yes. We're doing them back to back or one stream or I haven't looked. I don't know. I don't know how close they are together and all that. So it's not something that I've kind of worked out yet. If they're right next to each other, then we just do it as one. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. Let this yeet thing be over, says Maggie. Let this yeet thing be over. Is Stephanie going to get the title? I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't be expecting her to. But she's got a chance, of course. I think WWE knew that she wasn't going to be around after WrestleMania, so you can understand why they changed the champion. And so they put the belt onto Liv. Now that Stephanie's back, do we change it back? Okay, we're at commercial break. We read that. Could Roman be on commentary during Penta Ray Phoenix final? I wouldn't think so. Roman's not really one for being on commentary, is he? Roman is someone that just tell him who is he facing, and that's all he needs to know. Raw would normally be starting now, and it's nearly over. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It does feel strange, doesn't it? It does feel weird. If it does feel a little bit strange, a little bit weird, I mean, it's because we've started 2 hours earlier than usual. A dream situation would be Cody beating Roman for the world title, Ober Cody at Mania for the belt, Gunther Punk for the WWE belt, and then Rock Roman all on the same Mania. That would be great. I agree. Gets Ober Gunther into those big matches. Rock Roman is a big match as well. You know, Punk Cody, you've got to expect them to feature somewhere, somehow. So, yeah, I'm with you. Grand Prairie said that Cobra is slithering his way to the Midlands to find you. You will turn heel and deliver me a straight red. I'll even have them play Hey Jude, says Grand Prairie. Grand Prairie Cobra, hope you're doing well, my friends. You seem determined to turn me heel. Many would say I'm already heel. Many would say that you don't need to work that hard. But appreciate it. SmackDown is being taped after this, so be careful of spoilers, says Colin. Joseph says Penta will win. Phoenix is on a great run. Deserves either a big push in WWE or maybe the AAA World Championship, said Joseph. Okay, Usos in the ring. LA Knight making his way down. Main events is just moments away. I just need a talking point. I just need something from this that's going to work on a thumbnail. That's what I need. LA Knight keeping his eyes on the Usos, which is wise. Jay having a word with LA Knight there. Okay, here comes Solo. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Taking it all. Here's Solo. I mean, we can really get somewhere with Solo. I don't hate the entrance music. A lot of people have got bad entrance music, generic entrance music. But Solo actually has got, like, pretty solid entrance music, pretty solid presentation. He's obviously fun now. He's got a bit more of a better connection with the crowds. You know, in the future, are we going to get Solo stepping up to Bron Breakker? I could see that. Uso's having a right go at Solo. Okay, LA Knight going to start us off. Jimmy going to start us off. Shot coming in there by LA. Against the ropes goes Jimmy over the other side. Leapfrog, clothesline. Down goes Big Jim. Obviously, we're dialed in with this. It's our main event. I've got to think they're cooking something up here. They must have some sort of plan. Solo is in. Working with LA Solo with a headbutt. Goes to the cover. Kick out. Remember when we saw Solo as an Oba Femi type deal? Like a big tough guy that Roman worried about. Look at him now, a joke, said Opala. Yeah, but we kept going down that road, didn't we? I mean, we made him the leader of the MFTs, and we tried to present him as this badass and this kind of like gangster type, mob boss leader. It just wasn't connected. Then they've kind of found this pew pew humor thing kind of organically. I don't think it was something that was planned. I think he was just like having a bit of fun with it, and it's caught fire. So I don't know where we kind of end up with Solo. I don't know where we are in like 2 years, 3 years time with Solo. Just looking, he's only 33. So I mean, this is a guy that's got over 10 years ahead of him. So, who knows where we are in 2 years. Even then, he's still going to have 8 years. And that in 10 years' time, he's going to be 43. I mean, you can go 45, 46, 47 quite comfortably. So time is very much on Solo's side. Can he maybe start adding in some great iconic moments? Can we get him some really good matches? If he can start having some matches that are like, oh my God, that was so good. That's like 4.25, 4.5 stars. Really enjoyed that. You mix that in with a bit of the humor. I think he's already got a decent entrance. Like, I don't know, man. I'm interested. I'm interested to see what they can get out of him. Okay, commercial break. Solo is a badass, but not like Wolverine, more like Deadpool, said Pat. Do you know, I've still not seen those films. I've still not seen the Deadpool films. I mean, I've seen like trailers and clips. So I understand what you're saying. Kick coming in there by Jimmy. Stomping away. Okay, Stomp's coming in there by Jay. It's Jay that's in, unloading on Solo. Let's go Solo is the chant. Solo over against the ropes, referee. Counting away. Kick coming into the side of the head there by Jimmy. Get him out. Okay, Solo is down. Jay, bang, shot coming in. Solo felt that. Tag being made. In comes Jimmy. We're going to have about 15 minutes left here. About 15 minutes. Jacob surely going to make his presence felt. Respectfully, I don't think a single person thought Solo would be in the same realm as Oba, but he's been killing it recently, said WrestleRants. Word Live Cena fan said Daze Lyra could get involved next week and cost Soul the match. I agree. First one was great, but the whole leaked fake trailer story is a big part of it all, says Pats. The leaked fake trailer story. I don't know that story. Jimmy in control. Remember when everyone was down on Jay being demoted and now no one is even bothered, said Robbie. Sign in the crowd says, happy birthday, Usos. Is it their birthday? 22nd of August was their birthday, so it was 3 days ago. Let's go Solo is the chant. Shot coming in there by Solo. Solo fighting his way out of the corner. Again, shot there by Solo. Kick coming in there by Jay. Solo goes over against the ropes. Jay comes over, grabs Solo. Drive by Jimmy. An homage to the OTC. Okay, Solo in the corner. Here's Jay. Coming over. Tag being made. In comes Jim. LA Knight is trapped in the wrong part of town at the moment. Usos working together on Solo. Interesting that it's LA Knight that's being kept back for the hot tag. Probably because he's got his match with Roman coming up. Let's go Solo, though. I mean, the crowd are more behind Solo than they are LA Knight. Solo trying to get over to make that tag. He's trying to reach out, Tag being made. Jay's going to cut it off. And he goes over, collides into LA Knight. LA Knight goes down. Jay grabs Solo. Dragging him back over. Crowd are chanting away, let's go Solo. They are making a bit of noise. Don't think they're massively grabbed by this at the moment. Jay having a few words. Is this funny? Yeet. Yeets. Yeet. We're yeeting. Charging over. Solo up. Big shot. Jay goes down. Solo down. Jay down. Well, it said last movie I watched was Tomb Raider Lara Croft. The one with Angelina Jolie. Oh, that was the last film you saw in theatres, really? I'm excited for The Simpsons next year. I'm definitely going to see that. I want them to do a really good popcorn bucket. I don't know what of, though. Ralph Wiggum's head. If it was Marge's head, that'd have a lot of popcorn in, wouldn't it? Because of the hair. Bang! Net breaker there by LA Knight. Against the ropes goes Jimmy reversed. LA Knight over the other side. Against the ropes. Big boot coming in by LA Knight. Ducking underneath there of Jay. Clothesline. Jay goes down. Roll up there by Jimmy. 2. Kick out. Kick coming in. Looking for a BFT. No joy on the shoulders. No joy. Oh. Inverted DDT. LA Knight back up on his feet in the corner, climbing up. He's got LAK on his boots, which I've never noticed before. His boots saying lack. Elbow. Nice sell there by Jimmy. Jimmy's like... struggling to catch his breath there, Big Jim. Solo back in. He goes to the outsides. Jay gets caught. Shot there by Solo. Jay over by the timekeeper's area. Super kick comes back. He's got Jay. OTC. Are you watching? Ute. Oh, boom! Is that Royce? It's Royce! Mate, we've got... What's this? What's that? Is that Bronco? What's going on? Is this OTM? Mate, what the hell's going on? Yeah, that's exactly what Michael Cole just said. Royce Keys is back, and he is not alone. It's OTM. OTM have been called up, dude. What's going on? But they're marking LA Knight as well. I don't understand. Bang. I don't understand. Mate, this changes the game. They're not just here murking Bloodline. They're taking out everyone. Even LA Knight, look. So that's why Bronco Nemo was taken out of that AAA group. Because they're here on Raw. This is sick. I quite like these three together, you know. I quite like these three together. The crowd don't know what to make of it. The crowd don't know what to make of it. Sign me up. I like OTM. I like Bronco Nemo. Lucien Price has done well in NXT recently. Royce Keys looks like he's going to be a de facto leader here of this group. Bang into the ring steps. Yeah, Royce Keys. Oh my God, I got my thumbnail. Come on. Ring steps being used. Down goes Solo as well. And again, you can have it. You can have it. Murk them all. Take out Michael Cole. Solo down. I mean, what's this? How does this all fit in a three-way War Games? We're going to go three-way. A new team has entered the chat. You see what I can do to your family? Crowd are quiet because they don't know what to make of it. They don't know OTM. Shot coming in. I liked Bronco. Bronco looked like a badass in that AAA group. Got him up. Bang! Down through the commentary table. War Games. Royce probably feels like they left him. Yeah. Mate, he got murked. He got murked bad by Jacob. I mean, it makes sense. Who came to his rescue? Who helped him? I agree. Love it. Love it. I tell you what, as well, you can put Jada Parker in with them. It might get a bit weird because she is in a relationship with Jey Uso, but, you know, whatever. She used to hang around with OTM down, like, you know, when they were kind of first starting out. OTM call-up, never even heard a rumor. Never even heard a rumor that they were on the way. Had no idea. That has properly come out of nowhere. I haven't even seen anything today being a rumor for that. Yeah, okay. What do we think? Brilliant, says Colin. Let's just put match score. But yeah, do you know, I really like it because just when you think you know what you're going to get, you don't get that, you know? No one was expecting OTM to show up there. I think everyone was expecting Jacob to make his presence felt. I was certainly expecting Jacob to make his presence felt. And instead we end up getting, you know, Royce Keys wasn't like the biggest of surprises to see him there. Like, but the surprise was OTM were with him. And the surprise was he was murking LA Knight and Solo as well. It is a new team. I like it. Three-way faction war at War Games could be very interesting. Do you know what? My criticism of War Games still stands. I still feel the same way about War Games. But if you're going to at least make it a bit more interesting this year by changing it a little bit and just putting something in that we've not seen before, and that would be 3 cages, 3 teams, I could vibe with that. That could be fun. Room for extra members. I mean, obviously I'm guessing it would be Jacob, Usos, Roman would be 4. I mean, perhaps you only do 4 each team if you're going to have 3 teams. Then you've got Royce, OTM. You would need to find a 4th. I think Oba would fill one of these spots. I don't think he'd go on Bloodline's team. He'd probably go on LA Knight and Solo's team. Then you got LA Knight, Solo, and you'd need 2 more. I think Oba could definitely fill one of those spots. Maybe Drew fills the spots. Not sure. Where would Drew even go? Would Drew... He's kind of a heel, isn't he? I don't think he wouldn't go with Bloodline. He hates them. He'd have to go on the Royce team, wouldn't it? Royce, Drew, and OTM. Ober, Solo, LA Knight, and then you'd need one more, and then Bloodline is already at 4. And perhaps you just do 4 this time because of there being 3 teams, rather than each team having 5. Yeah, I'm not down on that. I'm really, really not down on that. Keys was in a great group in AEW with Samoa Joe. I think he needs this, says Faith. Who do we think's got more potential, Bronco or Lucian? Well, I think Bronco has got the better look. I think he's got the grills, he's got the tattoos, he seems to be a bit bigger to me. He seems to have a bit more of that sort of street attitudes. Lucian, I could sort of see him being in a library from time to time, you know? I kind of look at him and he seems like someone that's, you know, doesn't look out of place being with Bronco. You know, he's fine. But equally, I could imagine that he's a sensitive soul that likes listening to classical music from time to time. He doesn't quite carry that same street energy for me that Bronco does. So I think in-ring, there's not like loads between them. Like, I kind of feel like they're both quite brawling. I think Bronco feels like he's got a clearer identity. So I'd probably be leaning Bronco at the moment, but we did see Lucian in NXT. This is why it's great to watch NXT, because we did see him trying a bit of solo work, because Bronco was in that AAA group. So Lucian Price was like, well, if that's your plan B to be in another group, well, then I need a plan B. So I'm going to be a single star. So he actually has just been doing some singles matches, and he's looked pretty good. There's been some nice moments, actually, where he's delivered a move, right? I'll tell you one thing. Lucian's chops, when he actually chops. He delivered a chop on Lexis King the other week, where Lexis King was busted open from the chop. It was that loud and that severe. He actually busted him open. There was blood coming out of his chest. So if Lucian can recreate that, not all the time, but just once in a while, just deliver a chop and like really red raw bit of bloods, that's going to be quite eye-catching. The other thing as well is he's very good at delivering these moves and then just pausing and like mean mugging the camera. So, you know, he'll do a big clothesline or something, or a power bomb, and then he'll just like stare at the camera. The camera will sort of kind of zoom in at him as he's sort of looking at you. I thought that came across quite well in his singles matches. So there's a couple of elements there that I think he can use now that they're on the main roster. Bronco, as I said, I think he carries that attitude better anyway. He maybe doesn't need those tricks as much. But Lucian's got a couple of things in his arsenal. And then Royce, I mean, I think Royce has actually, if you think he was Powerhouse Hobbs, I think he's actually transitioned to WWE really well, considering he skipped NXT, only debuted in the Rumble. I mean, I don't know how often he was being used in AEW, but I've been very impressed with how quickly he's transitioned over to WWE. So now, I mean, like, good aggression out of him. Really good aggression there. And some good character work as well, where he's been having those moments with Jacob, talking about how they're brothers and all of this. And then obviously Jacob absolutely murked him. That's clearly set him down a very different path now. No, yeah, sign me up, mate. I'm really, I've been caught off guard by it in a really good way. I like it. But I like OTM. I mean, they have really, really grown on me, I would say this year in particular. We've been doing some sort of sit-down interviews with them and a few bits and bobs with them. And they've really grown on me this year. If this was a heel turn for Royce, then it is a brilliant idea, said Sanon, as the face run just wasn't quite clicking. He wasn't over with the crowd, but as a monster of his size, he should be a heel. Yeah, I agree with you, actually. I think that this is going to be a real positive step forwards. My concern is that because of the quiet reaction that they've just received, because people don't really know OTM, you do run the risk of these guys being seen as a bit of a joke, being seen as a bit of a kind of just inconvenience. Not that they're badasses like, oh, these guys again, you know? Because if you don't get a reaction, if you don't send that message, then, you know, you could be seen as like, oh, I don't really like these guys. I'm bored. They don't do anything for me, that kind of a thing. So I think the fact that they weren't getting much reaction is a bit of a shame. I'll have to listen to it back. But I mean, I wasn't really picking up on much of a reaction. I think it's because people just don't know who these people are. But yes, I think that if we get this right, and I hope they have a good name. Obviously, they're going to need a faction name, unless it's just going to be OTM and that's it. And Royce is just going to be the leader of OTM, which stands for Out the Mud, which is a bit stupid, I think. Not a big fan of the name. But OTM as letters is all right. But, like, yeah, I hope this works. There's no guarantee it's going to work, but I hope it works. The only person who made a big impact goes by 4 letters, 1 word. Cass, says Bentron. How does this work with the Bloodline story? Does it become a 3-way war game? So we've just talked about that. I that would be fun if that's what happened. Is Solo now joining the family with LA Knight? No, I would be thinking more 3-way. Like what happens now? This flips the script, said Opala. They need to get heat and big boos. If the crowd don't give him any reaction, it's not a good sign, said Brony. This week's a pass because of it being their debut. I don't know NXT stars as much. Yeah, I agree. That is, if I'm Triple H, that is my, not concern, I'm going to use the word focus. That's my focus now. I've just brought up 3 guys that have made an impact, didn't get a great reaction. And when I say not a great reaction, I mean, like, you know, they didn't get like big heat, even when they were beating up Solo. So I gotta get heat on these guys. I'm sure there'll be one of those backstage kind of clips as they walk back through the curtain and have a few words to the camera. I'm sure there'll be one of those that kind of does the rounds. If I'm Triple H, I'm probably going to post something about them as well. Just a little message. I need to get the machine behind these guys. Yeah, I need to get the machine behind. I mean, look, they're gonna feature in plans, so they're not going to abandon their plans, are they? So they're going to have plans, which probably involve Survivor Series. So I think there's going to be time, and I think there's going to be plenty of opportunity. But there is a job to do here. There is a job to do, and as you said, that is try and get those boos, that heat, that negative reaction. So yes, I like it. Sign me up. I don't think we didn't really get like a winner or a loser, did we? We just sort of abandoned the match, but that's okay. Right, you lot said that it was great 69 for that. I'll tell you what, not only has it given me my talking point and my thumbnail and all that good stuff, but I think it genuinely means that this show was well worth tuning into. I mean, we had a great match with Phoenix and Dragon Lee. We had a great segment with Ober and Bron. Rest of it, I think, was okay. The rest of the show was okay. Then we got to this main event, and it was like, don't know what they're going to do here. But then they pulled that out the bag, so yeah, let's go. Coco Boo said, what did we think about Stephanie Roxanne? I thought it was great. I thought it was all right. I wasn't blown away by it. I think that there was some really good work in the early stages. I think that there was... the match dies a bit when we go to commercial break, which is very unfortunate. It happens a lot, that. There was outside kind of distractions. which kind of, again, a little bit frustrating. You just want to see. We know that Stephanie and Roxanne can go out there and just put on a fantastic match. But with the outside interference and the commercial interruptions, the amount of time they actually had to just put on great wrestling was obviously limited. If that had been at a PLE, it would have been better. So I think there's definitely moments in the match that are really good. But yeah, the community scored it good 93. Might be a little bit low. Might have deserved a bit higher than that. Did it get into the great range? Probably not. Probably just missed out. Probably like good 96, good 97. The community went good 93. So I think we saw glimpses of what they're capable of, but I think you run that match on a PLE and you'll get the proper version of what that match should be. I'm going with, it was a terrible way to finish an otherwise good show. It sucked. It made 0 sense. And it's the waste of a main event spot, said Shitting Cup 365. Big Time said, I don't feel like OTM are ready. They're still green and they need reps and seasoning. They were on the verge of being a over babyface tag team. Well, I mean, they come up now. I mean, look, if you've got Royce Keys, okay, and you want him to come back with a couple of guys, and you look around the landscape of who are you going to put with him? I don't think OTM are a bad shout. Some people might say could have gone Street Profits, but I don't know where we are with Street Profits at the moment. Plus, also, do we want to turn them heel? Are they even available with Bianca obviously having given birth? I don't know when Montez is due to return. In OTM, you've got 2 decent sized guys that I think had been in NXT for a while. I think they've got the fundamentals. I think there's a lot of room for growth, but they're in a faction. It's not as if they're coming up to do singles matches. And if they're going to have tag matches, I think they're going to look good because they've been looking pretty good in tag matches because they're a tag team. So I think, they're in a faction, they're in a group, they're back up for Royce. If you need them in tag matches, they're going to look good. Whatever you were doing with them in NXT is irrelevant because that's developmental. As soon as they come up, Triple H will use them however he wants to use them. And listen, if there's a vacancy I need a couple of guys to be backup for Royce Keys, and you're looking around, if he's landed on OTM, let's go. I have no issue with it, honestly, whatsoever. No issue with it whatsoever. Couldn't give a flip what they were doing in NXT. It's irrelevant. NXT is developmental. That's where you learn and get ready. The dance is when you come to Raw and SmackDown. And if the vacancy is for a couple of heels to back up Royce, then that's the role that they do. That's the job. That's what they've been working for. And they've been heels in NXT. I mean, they're not strangers to being heels. So honestly, I'm excited. I genuinely think they could do something with this group. I know that it needs to land. And, I don't know that it's quite landed yet. Certainly not judging by those reactions. So there seems to be a bit of confusion, a little bit of who's these guys. So, but fast forwards a few weeks. Hopefully we've got a cool name. We've got some cool graphics. Hopefully Def Rebel can pull some music from the top shelf. That's going to be really good for these guys. And I don't know, man. It's an interesting development for Raw, this. Interesting development. Okay, right. I need to go and do the breakdown. So, Rich Rod, shout out to you, said Usos did say today bringing Solo and LA to OTC. Usos did say today bringing Solo and LA to OTC. I don't know what that means. I do not expect these two to join up with the Bloodline. It doesn't make any sense for LA and Solo to join up with the Bloodline. I understand, they're both now got an enemy, but Bloodline don't need... Bloodline have got Roman, Usos, Jacob. They should be able to deal with OTM on their own. They don't need LA Knight and Solo. So at the moment, I would, if I was booking this, I'd very much be looking at 3 teams. Bloodline, LA and Solo, and OTM. I'd be very much looking at keeping it 3 distinct teams rather than, I wouldn't be bringing LA Knight Solo into Bloodline. To me right now, that doesn't make sense. Anyway, I keep saying I'm going to go, and I am going to go. But appreciate people joining us. Don't forget, we are back in a moment for the breakdown. Also, going to get your opinions. We'll get that done in the opinions video. So we'll see what you lot thought about this. And don't forget, we are back tomorrow for NXT. If you want to know what's happening in developmental, then come and join us. Because we always do NXT streams on a Tuesday. And we are back tomorrow later with NXT. So awesome. Thanks a lot for joining us. I'm sure this is going to have caught a few people out this show being earlier than usual, but yeah, hopefully you enjoyed it, you got something from it, and I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown.